And then to close it out, Patrick Crosswhite. This is really the first initiative we ever did with Kerr, which is the CX in support. You guys using Ramp laptops. I think, Brian, this is maybe you. We're going to have him kind of just talk about like what does that look like, how we're expanding it, how we're adopting it. I think for you guys that haven't maybe heard from Patrick in a while, that's how we're gonna run from there. Any questions? Any thoughts? Concerns? Like I said, I slammed in as much as I possibly could in 4 hours. Even Gabriel was like, maybe we don't need to do as much. But I want to make sure that, I think we're covering, I think the goal of this meeting is like all of these align with where we're working with Kerr today. We want to walk away from this being like, we feel confident in CX, like that's happening. I think we can emphasize more on the marketing, and then really the API integration, I think, is like the stemming point of like, how do we do something different with Kerr rather than just being a referral partner, right? Like, how do we expand that stage 300, 100, like building those integrations to expand in the customer base?
Yeah, and also talk about maybe a little cherry record and
absolutely. If we can hold that for API integration a little bit, and then when Mark comes in, because Mark runs all of channel, and so his team also owns the Cherry Becker relationship.
Awesome. Okay.
Just so like we have an accounting partnership team that would own the Cherry Becker relationship, just so we can like, hey, this is what we see Kerr helping with, and
we just need to figure out how we're gonna work. Like, I mean, we will be more on the tech side and implementation, and Cherry Becker is, but they're excited too. Like, they want to really push some marketing into their base.
I think it would be good to know what other integrations you have also, because the Cherry Becker world is expanding.
Let me get my notepad. Yes. We have a slide that I'm going to show that is just ERP integrations, but something to mention, Teddy is the PM on our App Store. Okay. That just got rolled out last 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. So that is everyone that's built an integration to Ramp now gets posted on that App Store.
That's awesome.
So we should definitely bring that up of like, hey, if you guys build a Sage 300 integration, does it get posted on the App Store? Like how do we get it posted on there? Like, and from a support mechanism and but yes, understood on that. Like, also a big thing on that one is like, we don't want you guys to go build an integration that
that's on your roadmap.
We then in 3 months, go and build. Right.
Use it to our ears.
I'll pause there, Gabriel. Anything that I missed? Good. Bagels are good. Cool. So I already talked about this. I think Unlock Sage 300, 100 is something I want to talk about. That's the API side.
No, when you say Sage 300, remember Sage has 300 construction, 100 construction, regular 300.
Yeah.
So
right.
Timberline. I know you.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So that's always a confusion, right? So even we get requests sometimes. They say, "Oh, we are using Sage 300." Right? I mean, so what Sage 300 are you using?
And I think that would be something to make sure that Teddy is aware of.
We are really good at a lot of those, from a development side, 300, 100, and then CRE, some of the CRE stuff. Sage X3, there's a Sage X3. Actually, X3 would be a good one because it's more for larger businesses.
Yeah, agreed.
So you won't sell as much, but the volume of users would be much higher.
From a transaction standpoint, I think.
What's X3 What's a customer profile with X3 client?
It's mainly geared towards process manufacturing, chemical, large distribution. So just to throw out name, L'Oreal is their customer worldwide, right? Or
Amazon.
Yeah, we are in Whole Foods, right? Our customer. So on the X3 side. So it's anything that does food manufacturing, or related to food, or even growing, right? And there's growers of blueberries and stuff like that uses that. So, but also companies that manufacture, Ready Shade is our customer, right? That does the shades for the windows. So
the big thing with that platform is it's hugely customizable. And so bigger companies.
And there's not many, Concur integrates with them in a way, and I know Expensify not the Expensify, but the Certify used to be, now I don't know what their names are, So, but they used to do something. So there is no like a product that shines in X3 area from this stamp. Now, are you guys global or US only?
So we are. It depends on. There's like nuances depending on the product, but we're getting a lot of international customers. Like we have local debiting in Canada and Europe for like we can give you locally issued cards in like pounds or Canadian dollars. And you can pay anywhere in the world to like reimburse employees, but right now that's out of like a USD bank account. A similar thing on the AP side. You can pay out of a USD bank account, but to
different
charge. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to get to local debiting for reimbursements in AP2, so there's no like FX gain loss or like intercom. Yeah. But we're working on that.
So it's in your plan to expand.
We want to be like fully international
because there's a big market for X3 outside of US, right? Like especially Spain, France, because X3 really started. It used to be Adonix, started in France and Spain, like sort of kind of thing years back, right? I mean, so maybe 30
I feel like all Sage products started in Europe at some point.
Well, the ACPAC Sage 300 is Canada.
Okay.
Sage 100, the regular, it's Mass 9 and Mass 200, which is US, right? That they acquired best software that came with it. Sage 300 CRE, Timberline, US, Oregon. 100 contractor used to be, what was that?
Master Builder.
Master Builder, that's US too.
Yeah.
So a lot of those are US except like Sage CRM, Sage X3, Intact is US. They were built in US. So it's either Canada, in Canada they own a few other brands, like but yeah, either Canada, US or Europe. They didn't really bring too much from Europe except X3 is the only one that I know that sort of came from, but they do have other products in the US, like what they call Sage 200 in Europe is different than here type of thing. So
the Canada rollout, I mean, you just mentioned the
Canada is a big market. There's a lot of Sage 300, like
we just internally released that Canada was going like GA.
Yeah. I mean, for expense management, we are like distributing tons of cards to Canada, like we're already there. And then also like on the AP side, if you're paying bills via credit card, you can also pay them out of the local Canadian bank account. It's just we see a lot of the time the majority of spend with vendors, they're not all accepting credit card. They want like ACH, check, like other payment methods. So then they have to be comfortable with US. Where I see the most value, like where Ramp has been just crushing it and how we got to 30,000 customers, is mostly like cost savings and consolidation. Like there's also user experience, all of that.
Yeah.
So when we build these integrations, Teddy, he's continuing to enhance our platform's capabilities. So with NetSuite, as an example, you can import like the purchase orders and the shipments, and then Ramp can do like the three-way matching from there. So my thought is that the way we build all these integrations is we say you don't have to like move your procurement to Ramp yet, like at least not for V1. Like keep doing your purchase orders.
Just push the AP.
And all Ramp does is we call an API endpoint to import the POs. We call an API endpoint to import the receipts. And what that will also do is we can store line item coding. So what you'll be able to do is on each bill, you'll say, do I want to use the values from Sage 300 CRE on my bill? Or do I want to use the values from the OCR? So we already do this for NetSuite product, and it's like great. We actually see the majority of customers, they're still not using our procurement product. They are importing those POs and those item receipts from NetSuite and doing three-way match. So if we build that, the P2P capability there, and we build the expense management side, now you got the same consolidation play as we're getting with like our NetSuites and our Intact integrations. So I see, in fact, our Intact integration doesn't even have like the P2P functionality yet. We're like working on building that. But we should, when we launch these, I think it would be better to launch with both procurement and the expense management side. So for more value.
If we go with the construction side, no matter what, you have to, right? Like that's the core of their business is controlling costs through POs. POs come from budget contracts that they have, right? They're estimating ground up when they on any of these jobs. So I think, we're kind of diverting, but
No, that's fine.
the key to those integrations is somehow getting back to the budget. Like, where is the budget, right? So, where does the budget live, and how do you tag against that budget? Because they constantly are like, what's my budget? Where am I at in the procurement process? Have I received items? And that, right? So it's like 4 columns of information.
Just to inject in that, so going from the budget to the POs, which is their commitment.
That's where all AP fails.
That's
All
where
the
it is.
AP products that are out there that are trying to integrate with Intact, every one of them fall flat right there.
I think that's where we really need to hammer on Teddy, because he's there's kind of 2 ways that this could go. Option 1 is like Teddy could come to you guys with like, here's what we're building, here's our use cases, what's the most valuable. What would be better is if you guys came to Teddy and said, here's the platform API endpoints you guys need to be able to say that our integration is going to actually work for AP. And the way we can work on that is I can give more like enablement on how does this work manually to do the process like in ramp, and then we just take that infrastructure that's already built and extend it to the API so that you guys can build.
Yeah, I mean, even with Intact, all it is you just pull the budget from the
basically
GL.
just
It's
pull
just
it-
there. It's just one column. Or 1 or 2 columns.
Like if we just had like PO, accounting, line item coding, and then we have receipt, quantity received, 3-way match. That's really all we need for these ERPs, right? Or is there?
Well, I mean, there's nuance. On the CRE side, we can really dive into the details because there's other fields that have become valuable, like retainage is a big one. So that's a field in the CRE. PO workflow document, the source document number that flows all the way through, so you can tag all the way back to the original PO and any potential change orders. Change orders is another one. So there's a lot of nuance to it. Construction is definitely a beast to really replicate, but it's possible.
So I think that, I mean, there's always like an MVP version, so I think that's what we'd want to scope out. Like,
yeah. On the Intact side, or on
I want to just
go ahead.
I want to do this is I want Teddy. I feel like we're gonna not necessarily repeat, but like this is like the conversation we should be having with Teddy.
For sure.
Okay.
Good point. I love it though. That's why we're here. So, this is just, you guys already know who Ramp is, but I was making sure that Kure, Brian, you guys have seen this. And,
question on the 30,000 clients, right? Like, what is the split, if you guys are willing to share this, between like QuickBooks, Intact,
right there,
NetSuite?
Nice.
Okay. All right.
So these are customers actively using our native integration today.
Wow.
So that if you add that all up, it's not going to equate to 30,000 because we have customers that are
just on Ramp.
Yeah, they're just on Ramp. Yeah, exactly. So that is as of probably that site was built a month ago, 2 months ago. Yeah. So this is something that we'll bring up with Teddy, just like where we see the native integration build-outs and kind of like where that team is going to start focusing, because he will tell you that they're going to start focusing elsewhere. And then how do we expand to the other businesses?
Can you peel the onion at all? And it's probably not in this deck, but for looking ahead on the NetSuite side, because to me, it's like, how do you steal shamelessly from success, right?
Like, what's our projected customer count?
Like, where is the sweet spots? What types of customers?
Right.
This is a slide that you and I have gone back
Yeah.
and forth about building.
Yeah, I said we need that because I said the next question is, who are those 18,000?
Right, who are those?
Yeah. We're seeing, to be honest, it's very aligned with who's on NetSuite. Like, there's a large enough number of customers that we're seeing cross-industry adoption. There's a lot of SaaS advertising is like Ramp's bread and butter. Like, from day one, we want to win those businesses. But what we're starting to see is our integration is strong enough that it can integrate with most verticalized solutions for like construction or like manufacturing. So, but we haven't built much like joint go-to-market materials yet. So I think over time, there'll be more customers asking like, can Ramp integrate with this like super specific module that you built for my business? And the answer is usually yes. and that's when we'll start to see like those numbers really climb, is when we figure out how to work with these industry specific solutions.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
question.
industry verticals will be
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are, I mean, right now we are kind of, I would say our data shows us integrations, not necessarily customer segment, but we are starting to see customer segment, correct?
We can
Or-
get you that.
we
Now.
can
There's
get
like
industries,
78 ramp industry
problem.
categorization, so that's one of the problems. Like
Wow.
I really want to categorize them into like 10 to 12
Yeah.
big ones that we have. Like healthcare can be.
So we are working with that. We're working with it on the Sage side and the NetSuite side because we get the same questions from those partners saying like,
I'll bet.
hey, tell us exactly like, what does that look like? Is it non-for-profits? So good question on that. Any other questions on that you were wondering? I showed this slide because I think it's a good representation of Ramp.
With the QuickBooks new changes that they're making, are y'all ready for all that, or have y'all seen that come through yet?
I
Probably a
would,
question for Teddy. I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, they're always monitoring like what's changing with the APIs, and usually these ERPs give like NetSuite definitely gives like a letter like, hey, we're changing these things. And then we try to adapt our integration. And a lot of the time you might have to get like recertified within the app marketplace for these changes.
Workday Financials we just got into their app store, just FYI. You have to have like so many certified clients that use the Workday. So that's our newest one. Business Central working with, I'm going to mix this up, DSWI or ASWI, one of them.
DSWI is Dynamics. The other one
we're
is,
working with both of them on that.
The easy way to remember is ASWI is Acumatica.
There we go.
DSWI is Dynamics.
That would
That's
make
the way I
sense.
remembered it.
So current state, just so you guys understand what we are doing with our partners, what we categorize Kerr is a services partner. Number one is generalization, like looking at how we help you guys generate referrals. I think Gabriel and I were just chatting about this, like the referring clients, but really the comparing customer bases, and this is where we'll get in with Teddy is like the Sage 300. Like that is like if we could get that.
do you
going.
guys use Crossbeam?
Crossbeam? We are.
Right.
Logan, I just
Okay.
saw walk in here.
Yeah, because we are starting to use that a little
So
bit
that would
more.
be a great
yeah,
way for us to,
Nathan
like-
is
Huge
familiar
for
with
us
that,
because-
So,
I mean, first of all, you guys have done great in our client base,
yeah, right.
and we're finding that out. Like,
Oh, I know, because you sent me an email like
There's-
getting calls.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
It's all good
It's
stuff.
good, but it's
Right. I mean, we would, but I think overall that's a good thing because, we have a lot of references that we can use that are already there. Maybe we didn't.
We should go back to our account management team and say, hey, these are the opportunities that they have. Did you know, we actually have a fantastic partner who's already engaged with your client. When you do this upsell, let's talk to Kerr and get the ramp upsell implemented by, that's easy. We should have data.
We'll have Crossbeam. It's supposed to go live for us. I know we're in our beta stage, a free version, but I know that we are going to be buying it, so it'll be the expansive version. So
Well, let's know.
something
We're
that we
ready
can
to.
notice
I mean,
Crossbeam.
we're already using it.
And
so
that's the train program. You guys are already doing that. So it's
Right.
we're all on the right track to get there quickly.
So then number 2 and 3 are number 2 is the work that we sent to you guys for Life Church, right? So that is work that's unrelated to Ramp, if you will, categorize that.
Yeah.
And then
That's appreciated.
and that's going to pick up, right? We're going to get into that. How do we identify that work? How do we, create an SLA that helps us bring you guys into more business? And then finally, the deliver Ramp implementations, which is train the trainer. I'm going to run through this. We only have 10 more minutes before Teddy comes in, but I want to show you. So our current engagements right now are number 1, new business. That is me, Eric. Services work, that is Gabriel. Implementations is Stephen Gillis. That's Train the Trainer. API and integrations is Gabriel and Teddy. And then CX and support work is Patrick Crosswhite. From a overall kind of organization structure, you can say it's Gabriel and I who kind of run point on all of it, but those are the 4 or 5 buckets that we're working with you guys all in. We will cover most of those today.
Maybe to highlight one thing we haven't chatted about, Brian, on
There's a 6th.
on the CX. Well, just to expand the CX side, we're looking at. We've kind of made the determination that if we're going to Ramp right now does not tell a customer I won't support you. That's why we're engaged. We just don't know how to say no. We have no idea. So we're going to try to figure out how do we learn how to say no. So in that process, we have
That's important.
decided that it is much better to say no either at the beginning of a ticket life cycle or post-mortem. Like, hey, customer, you filed 7 tickets. So what we're doing is we're building those 2 stages to engage in like the comms for it. And it makes a lot of sense that for Intact, we start to figure out, rather than engage through our contract, how do we get Kerr to offer a support package that's like 10, 20 hours a month that we
You just
send those
tack
fu-
on. Yeah.
Exactly. And we do have to figure out a little logistics, because it's like if they got you for free in the past and then
Right.
like now they're
It
paying.
was the one
like,
actually we just sent you an email on. Yes.
We
Because
talked about
we had another one get raised, like, I don't know, it was like 3 days
There,
ago.
well, hold on.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
different things. So there's like development work.
Yeah.
Those are development work, and then there's more like support packages where they like have sync issues. They need like best practices on configuring Intact. Like they need their smart events
Reconciliation
aren't
doesn't
working.
tie out.
Exactly. So we do not want to like scale up our contract to 200, 500 hours a month
Yeah.
with ramp paying. We want to get those clients paying you so that there's the right incentives like in place. So I just want, that's a part. If we can build some kind of standardized support packages and build some joint marketing around it, I'm going to be launching that pretty soon.
Cool. That's
Okay,
a
that's-
good point. That was actually one of the things that Gabriel and I started 6 months ago, and we kind of went down this path of services work. So, like, to come back to that is something that like we're starting to see as a demand.
Yeah, and I'll be also curious, as I'm sure you've got similar partners in other spheres, right?
Yeah,
like
like
NetSuite.
NetSuite,
So,
yeah.
what you
Yeah.
see working, what you see don't. Like if they're ahead of this, this is all kind of all new.
The support package is just like we're at like P0 with every partner. Like
Gotcha.
no one has done it yet.
Okay.
We haven't launched it yet.
We haven't really launched it, but I was raising. There's been a couple that have like, we're having this kind of commercial conversation of like, to Gabriel's point, like a customer wants to see a flat fee. They don't want to see like, hey, it's $200 an hour every time you tap into us, and like, what is that going to look like?
Yeah.
Which is a valid point, right? Like that was.
And we can keep chatting about it as we launch it, but like it's a good one.
Just this is going to be a terrible graph, but we're starting to get better with the numbers. This is the newer program, but by the numbers, just so you guys are aware, you guys have referred Sage Intact 7 opportunities. That's the top left. You're going to see a couple that are duplicates, but like 7 opportunities. I will tell you, you guys are like in the top 2 of partners that have referred us business. Now those are MQLs, so marketing qualified leads, that then have transitioned to SQLs. Only 2 of those have closed, being Texas CPA and Jewish Family Children Services.
You're welcome.
You're rocking and rolling. The great thing about Jewish Family Services is that is also aligning with Stephen Gillis on being able to do train the trainer, because the motion of train the trainer is you are trained on implementation of a customer you referred.
Randy's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he will shadow that project, and then we'll let you shadow as many as you want, but the objective is like shadow 1 or 2,
Yeah, so we can do it for you.
and then
yeah.
now you're doing it.
Yeah, that part's in
That's
our
the-
DNA.
yes,
I mean, that's
yeah.
really like
That is
we
true.
want.
Well, that's
yeah.
like when we came and we started this program. It was
Yeah.
like we were going about this whole service partner program in the wrong way of like referral fees. I was like, guys, like they want to do the projects. Like SOWs is their bread and butter.
Because we both have skin in the game. Right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like it's,
Yep.
and as long as, I mean, it seems like you guys have a great support organization in the backhand. So
We're getting there.
as long as you can support us with the, I mean, Brian probably can speak to it more. I'm not in there doing it every day, but so, I mean, that's the most, I mean, because we work, I mean, like Dan said, I mean, I've been doing this for many years and I worked with a lot of companies. I brought companies from Europe to here to set up, shop and all that. So I think the most important part is that backhand support that these guys, because you feel like you're kind of in the it's the same relationship with Sage too, right? I mean, we can only do so much with Sage, and there's certain things it sits on Sage's court, and I understand they are busy too, but sometimes it sits too long. I mean, what's that distinction? And it's not communicated well either. Set us, like, give us an ETA, right? Even if it's 30 days ahead, like, be open, like there should be that open.
I mean, this goes with one of our follow-ups is like SLA. And creating
exactly.
That, right? And we can. That's a talking point that we're going to wrap with at the end. Is like, how do we jointly come to an agreement on like SLA? Because again, this is a new motion across all of our partners. So getting to that extent that like we can kind of set the groundwork. you have experience in doing this, like we would love to hear it. I'll say one thing that every partner has kind of reached back to me. He's like, Ramp runs at ramp speed, and that is not ERP speed. ERP speed in my eyes.
Well, we're picking it up, man. I will learn a lot.
Yeah, Mark, I was like, hey, can we meet next week? And this, I don't know if you saw the email. He's like, Thursday at 10 a.m.
Yeah, he put it on my calendar.
He did? Okay.
He put it on my calendar.
Okay.
It's just like, whatever.
The only thing
Yeah,
I'd
no,
say
that-
on that topic is transparency
Absolutely.
really helps them.
Yeah.
You know, we've never seen this before. We're
Yeah.
working on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
that just helps, right?
Yeah. And I think that's setting the
Yeah.
table here is like, that's where we're sitting. Is like, Gabriel and I come from ERP. I was at NetSuite, as you well know, and like going to these reps that have only sat in like fast-paced tech startups. It's like, guys, like tamper your expectations. Like it's going to take a little time. Like there's going to be some understanding and discovery that needs to happen on their end.
for sure.
So just the last two on this, and this is like I said, the slide, I'll send it to you, but the top right is a representation of gross GMV, which is your gross spend across your clients. That is what we care about the most here at Ramp is card spend, so CP, contribution profit. The only reason it went down to the right is because we just started a new month. Because it was October. Yeah. So like your customers that are spending, they spent, so you can, I'll read to you. In October, they spent $116,000 on card.
Gotcha.
Okay, that went down to 17 because of the month difference.
Right.
But what we care about is that right there, and that is where when we can go to our AMs, help them. Let's say we build the integration with Sage 300. By building that integration, customers then activate more. They start to use the card more. That for you guys increases, right? And that's the
And that's
objective.
perpetuity, right? So that's
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
that's
And so
that's
the
end of
bottom,
it,
yeah, exactly. And then the bottom of part of this is the two opportunities that we've sent to you, which is Rush Construction and Life Church. Those are outbound opportunities. This will get cleaned up over the next couple of weeks in the way of like getting you guys more reporting, just so you know where you're at.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
I mean, is this something you're accessing in a dashboard somewhere?
So this is, it's funny, that's Salesforce on the top left, that's Salesforce on the bottom, and that's Looker on the right. We use Looker as our not our source of truth, but our BI tool.
Mm-hmm.
Our source of truth is Salesforce. Gabriel has been like crushing the ability for us to report on outbound work. So there's a difference between how we represent inbound versus outbound, right? Like inbound work comes in with a PCS, primary campaign source, you know, Salesforce.
Yeah.
Outbound is considered, I don't know how we do it, but we're getting into the weeds. We're getting there. We're a newer partner program.
Looker's a cool tool. Too.
Looker, it is great. It's just a matter of making sure the data is correct that goes into Looker.
Of course. Garbage in, garbage out. It's still universal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. And then last thing, I want to make sure you guys, Kure, if you've never seen this, this is the referral commission structure that you have signed up for. This is our Alliance referral commission structure. I know that Kerr and Cherry do a lot of resellers. We do not have a reseller motion here, because we underwrite all of our clients. But I want to make sure that you guys are aware this is how you make money when you refer clients outside of services work.
I see.
That is a bucket of spend dollars on Ramp equates to a basis points breakout.
Gotcha.
Example on the right is a perfect example. You spend more money on Ramp, your clients spend more money on Ramp, you get a basis point. Commission. So just want to make sure, I think this is a good reiteration point for like the Kerr team, the Cherry Becker team, like how you might want to incentivize a rep. Hey, you know, you get the $500 for the commission. Like, I don't know how junior your reps get, but I know one of these reps would love a $500 coffee, you know, so.
Sure.
Yeah,
and we actually, I've implemented an internal.
This
referral program.
we took this and,
awesome.
and passed
Great.
it down. So
I just want to make sure. And then
Yeah.
the one thing about this is you guys will see payments, and I just want to call this out. We are, as of yesterday, going to automate this payment came because of this particular client spend.
That's
rather
awesome.
than a bucket of like $2,000 that just gets thrown in.
that our
So we know
accounting
exactly
department
what
Life
would
Church
appreciate.
spent $1,000. It goes down from there.
Yeah,
If you want
that's
to ping
good.
Teddy and just say,
Sure.
you can join.
Incidentally, we don't have to be the best of the people that are getting paid on this, but
Yeah,
I'm
fair enough.
assuming we're in a good place relative to your other.
Yes, this is most of our partners have either signed just a $500 referral commission. Some partners have signed zero referral commission because they can't, but that is the standard Alliance partner referral commission structure. Alliance partners, call them that, got the most preferred referral commission structure out of any of our partner programs. That was like us kind of fighting it. There he is.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I'll let him. Matt, you want a chair? Slide that down.
Right. Hey, Brian. Nice to meet you. I'm Matt.
Good to meet you.
Paul White. Excellent. How are you?
I'm Matt. Dan, Chris. Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Ken.
Corey.
Hey, Corey.
Nice to meet you.
Perfect timing. Look, API integration is just for you.
He just made it right.
Teddy's joining us too. He's just
Inbound. Yep. If you want a coffee or a bagel or anything like that. But
Roll my own.
Matt, thank you for joining. This is Kerr Consulting. I'll let them do their brief introductions, but they've been engaged with us for probably now a year.
7 months.
Yeah, we're doing
not quite.
CX. We're doing CX support work with Patrick Crosswhite. So they sit on Ramp laptops.
Right.
They are also working with Train the Trainer on implementing down Megan Yen's organization. We have outbound them service work on SFTP builds and more. And then generating new business has been my thing. So working on that. But just a little bit of a landscape on what's going on.
that's amazing.
Yeah. If you guys want to do a briefing, oh, this is Teddy.
Hello.
Hey, Teddy.
Hey.
Yeah.
They are just introducing us.
How's it going? Teddy Riker.
Hey, Dan.
Teddy Riker, nice to meet you.
Paul White.
Teddy.
How are you?
Good to meet you.
Hey, great to meet you.
Teddy, thanks for joining.
Gabriel called me off guard, so we never actually met in person.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Wow, this is Gabriel. Do you guys, Curry, you guys want to do brief introductions of yourself? And then
Yeah,
I'm
go. We'll
going
just
flat
go.
out
Corey,
after this.
Corey, you start and I'll.
Okay, so this is Corey Oster. I used to be the COO and CTO of Kerr, now part of Cherry Bekaert, I guess. So, partner there, but yeah, I've been doing ERP for the last 30 years or so. Like well, reseller, like Sage reseller. I also have some interest in Acumatica and Dynamics businesses too. So yeah, I mean, we're excited. And actually, it's a funny story about when years ago I had this idea of creating an expense management app, right? So I was back in the day when I liked coding myself. So, and Dave and we were talking about it. We said, oh, should we do it ourselves or like look around to see who's building what? So, and we ended up this was like back in early 2000s. Expensify was just starting up in Portland. So I ended up there and we built their first like MX. Certify, sorry, not Expensify. Certify. So we built their first like integration to Amex cards and like Visa and all that stuff back in the day. So it excites me for some reason, the expense management part. That's a little side note there. But yeah, looking forward.
Dan Chrisman. I head up the Sage Intacct practice at Kerr, but I'm like resident entrepreneur, if you want to call it that. It's like very much look for value points that we can partner with companies like you guys to make Kerr a better partner to you, make Kerr a better vendor to our customers. So my background is I started as a staff accountant at a consulting firm, then worked in construction for 5 years, and then tripped and fell into ERP implementation and sales and marketing at Kerr. So a little bit of eclectic background.
Dan was our customer, so years ago.
That's right. So I'm Paul White. I head up our client success activities. So primarily get involved when a customer has, signed the initial sales order, and then immediately start thinking about how else can we help customers see value out of their ERP systems. My background, 20 plus years as a CFO. So I've been a Kerr client. I've sort of worn a couple different hats in that space. Several different industries, construction, media. So was part of Outfront Media. I took pictures of your billboard down the street before. So I headed up their business transformation efforts when they spun out of CBS. So I've, CFO is one of those funny kind of things. You can either be sort of the cheap bean counter, or you can help think about how the company makes money. I've been focused on the second piece in businesses. So like I said, I've sat in the customer's shoes for a lot of my career, and so being on the other side of that, how to help them is, I think I've got some insight there. So.
Brian Bentley, mostly Sage Intacct implementations right now, and then helping out on the CX side for Ramp, which has been really interesting, fun, and exciting and challenging. But I've been doing Intacct implementations for 5 years now, and actually got into it at the same time as Dan. We worked together back in like the early 2010s. And then other than that, just kind of accounting and finance positions, mostly oil and gas companies in Houston.
Fun fact: Brian taught me accounting, and then I went to school for it, but it was backwards. So.
There you go.
Probably worked better.
No, it was great way to learn. So.
Hey, my name's Matt Vickers. I am product director here at Ramp. I look after API integrations, the accountant's experience of using the product, also some of the Ramp fundamentals, so things like entities, businesses, users, etc. We don't call it platform role, but it's basically a platform or a platform product. And I have been around now for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I was at a company called Xero. Xero was an online accounting software system, which I'm sure you've heard of. Was with them when they sort of started back in New Zealand, the first 50 employees or so. So I was on the journey with them as they grew and expanded internationally and kind of like fumbled the delivery in the US a little bit. But it was a really good ride. Really excited to chat. We, like this year, or 2025, we are really thinking about distribution and how we can leverage partners to reach more customers and get Ramp in the hands of more businesses. And we're really excited about the possibility of working with folks like you to make that happen. So, really looking forward to the conversation there.
Teddy Riker, product manager for API integrations, rolling up to Matt. I started at Ramp up 4 months ago. I come from marketing tech background, so I've kind of tripped and fallen into the ERP space as well, focused on building integrations for our customers with existing ERPs, as well as we're in the Dev API program. So having folks like you, as well as other technology partners build on API, build solutions for our customers. A couple of weeks ago, we just launched a new initiative called the App Center, which allows third parties to come in, build, and publish solutions. So really excited to work with y'all and potentially have you guys on that and figure out the best way to do it.
Got one already, I think. So get on there. Yeah.
Mira, I joined Ramp also 4 months ago, focused on product partnerships, specifically around ERPs and system integrators. Prior to Ramp, spent most of my career in partnerships, started at BlackRock and kind of moved into the fintech space and mostly B2B fintech as it relates to financial partners and payment infrastructure, and came here and started focusing on ERPs.
Pleasure to meet you.
Cool. I will let Gabriel join this.
I feel. Do you have any questions you want to open up?
I think maybe what we can do is like give some context on like where we're at right now, as far as like how we're thinking about building out ERP support for integrations, and then would love to kind of hear context from you guys on like just background on Kerr, other companies like Ramp you've worked with. I know we have some specific questions around like support models and things like that, but we can probably dig into those in a bit. So as I mentioned, we kind of have a couple teams that are working on building out ERP support for our customers. We have like an internal team that's focused on building against the big players. So looking at our customer base, figuring out what ERPs they use, and trying to build more direct integrations for them. This is really valuable for us because customers who have these direct integrations, they're stickier on Ramp, they have a better customer experience, they're spending more, they're more likely to use other parts of our product line. So generally, if we can get them on one of these integrations, then that's net positive for both us and them. And so our strategy so far has been basically like look at the TAM, look at what our current customers are using that we don't have an integration with, and kind of knock those out. We've released, it's going to be 7 new integrations at the end of this year, which has been great and hugely successful for us. And as we look towards this kind of like long tail where the immediate value isn't so obvious for like our core ICP, which is more like small business, mid-market companies, we're trying to figure out how we want to tackle kind of these ones where it's like not so much of a concentrated customer base. So
Mhm.
things like Sage 300 and things like that. So that's where we see kind of the App Center and different partners like you guys potentially being able to fill that gap. So we can really lean in on the core functionality and integrations that we want to double down on, and then allow partners to kind of shore up the rest of it. So right now we have like some of these Sages on our like long-term backlog, but really trying to understand if like this is maybe an approach we could take as an alternative to building those directly.
The other thing I'd just add to that is like even with the integrations that we've built, whether it's NetSuite or Sage or whatever else, you know, it works for companies with you know, not very complex needs, you know, can kind of work out of the box. But there are a lot of companies for which it doesn't work, and they want something custom. And that's what you guys are helping with today, right? Like those customers that have these kind of bespoke or nuanced requirements. There's a certain point we want to go to, and beyond that, we'd really love to be leveraging partners to meet the needs of those folks. So yeah, it's kind of our position.
So the question there is, when those things come up, let's say we've done one-off things like here and there, are you thinking about publishing those specific integrations in the App Center too at some point? I mean, is that kind of because if we do it for that one customer, I'm sure there will be others that would want, you know, those features. So is your goal is to like sell your base and then as an add-on, maybe like we develop something on top of that, you know, what you build? Is that the model, or do you want to take that and incorporate into your base integration, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you can look at it both ways, right? Now, that little piece may just be for hundreds of customers, not like thousands, right? So, because it also impacts moving forward how we're going to keep that updated and supported, right? So there's like two things. You do the initial build, right? But then there's like an ongoing support for it too. So now, just to give you guys a little background on our side, right? So, I mean, I've personally been in the business for a long time. So like over the years, like we figured, initially I was doing some like outsourcing on the ERP. So like you guys, some of you have a ERP development experience, right? Which is unique, right? You cannot just bring any developer and become an ERP. They need to understand the business logic, accounting side, etc. So, I mean, we got lucky because we do have a core team. It's not that big, and a lot of them are in US except one or two, and they are like their focus is all like ERP related development. And actually Sheila, I think you guys met some of her. Sheila used to work for like Sage China 30 years ago, right? I mean, she came from that background and she was already exposed to, and even she was like right before she was joining to us, she was already exposed to even Intacct too, like many years ago. So, I mean, they have this mindset of like ERP, and all our work we've done like is all around ERPs and integrating them, right? I mean, we do support a few other apps that are more universal, like workflow type of stuff, but a lot of what we do is like ERP integrated, and we have developed, like we have helped quite a few partners, like even let's say a partner comes up, like they say they want to be an Intacct partner. So we would like train them or do their first integration and then just turn it over to their team or train their team to become more proficient with that. So our focus is core on that, right? We don't. Now, there's certain Sage products we are more experienced than others, right? I'll be open. I mean, some others. Now, our guys are fairly good because we've done a lot of one-off integrations, right? Any Intacct sale we do, I mean, these guys know better, but we always like to at least 2-3 integrations, right? I mean, and sometimes it's like one-off things, sometimes like repetitive, like we do one integration and another opportunity or product customer will come up and they're using the same thing, they'll ask for it. So we do keep our code library. I mean, we run our dev department like just like you guys, right? They're developing products. So we've developed a lot of IP over the years, right? So in most cases, we don't have to start from ground zero, right? Because we may have already built some of that function. So hopefully, depending on what the case is, so we always try to scope it, figure it out. And so the team that on the technical side that you were you're working and you'll be working with is headed by Sheila, and they kind of like organize their work that way. So now on the functional side, we do consultants are like really our salespeople for the most cases, because they're in there implementing the ERP and they'll hear, right? Oh, we need a need for this, need for that. That's why Paul tries to educate everybody around RAMP, and we work with a lot of ISVs. But we have been becoming more selective. Dan had good ideas around hey, we need to start, because how many expanse we worked with, starting with Certify, right? Many years ago, we worked with Certify, we worked with Fly or something. And
we
have a lot of experience on the expanse and AP automation. On our workflow product, we did build AP automation. So we use our workflow product for some of those large X3 customers to automate their AP invoicing process, basically. So, and our team specifically have experience around the three-way matching, the PO integration. So, I think that's why I think that we are a really good partner with you guys, because of the experience we carry on this field. And I like long term, I don't look at what am I going to gain 3 months later or 6. I'm looking at years, right? So, and a lot of our success is the customers we work with, I look at it as a lifetime thing, right? The days I hear we lose a customer, it's just, those are the days I'm really upset, right? It takes so much. It's so much investment to get a customer, and to lose like this is bad. So that's why we try to provide them with the best we can. And we are more of a solution approach, right? So we are very picky as to which partner that we work with, what the complete solution is. But that's just a little background for you guys. We are very service oriented. We are a service company. I always say that I'm not publisher of Sage or RAMP or anything, but I'm a service business at first. Now we do some IP on the side, but that's our side thing. Our focus is service, right?
And so all the activities that I do support that.
Yeah.
That's really the goal of that lifetime value of the customer, and it's being proactive. And we see you guys as one of the solutions. We're very proactive.
So I think to your point, Corey, the very first question is, okay, so we built our first integration with RAMP using RAMP's API, so we were pushing directly to the GL. And you saw a demo of that. Client was pretty happy, they were stoked. The question is it kind of, do we sell it on your marketplace, right? Do we put it on the marketplace as its own little box up there? Is it something that...
was it with Intacct?
With Intacct, right. So the use case was the client needed to be able to push directly to the GL with instead of through the subledger workflow that it's set up for various reasons, because of the way Intacct works with multi-currency, right? So they got a lot of value out of it because now they have intercompany automated, which they didn't have any before. So and it was great because we were going to go to the SFTP route and then decided on API to API, and it's seamless. That's great. Really nice.
That's great. In terms of listing, I'm not sure. It may be confusing for customers for there to be two Sage Intacct integrations there. But I guess the thing here is there will be other customers with that need.
Yeah, well, we have one. Yeah. We're coming up. The infrastructure networks goes up there. They're going to need it.
We definitely would want the customers that do have that need. We would definitely want those customers to come to you, and for them to find you. Is the App Center the best way for them to do that? I don't know. To think about that.
I'll add one more thing. So it is a bit of an interesting use case because we still have the Intacct direct integration connected. Yes. So we're still leveraging that. Yes. This is an add-on that is automating the sync from the accounting tab for just credit card transactions. and for everything else, they're just going to use our direct
Oh,
integration.
they are gonna use
So
Fix
this could almost be like an add-on that works in conjunction with our direct integration. So
Yeah.
the customers are still
Yeah.
using our direct integration.
It's another layer.
And then to expand on that, on our timeline, as long, obviously we want to make sure we're not building something you're going to build here, but we want to expand out to the fixed assets implementation, the prepaids allocation, and ultimately talk about PO matching construction. But that's really what we want to do,
I see.
because Intact customers are using fixed assets. That's part of the purchasing cycle. Right now in Intact, they can just tag it as a fixed asset, assign it a depreciation schedule right there from the AP screen. How cool would it be if you could have that function over in Ramp, or at least those few fields that you need to trigger the depreciation in Intact as it comes over the API. So,
It'll save significant work.
yeah, I mean, it's a huge
that's,
value add.
That's
Yep.
the whole point. It's true value add.
It doesn't sound like that complicated, right, from a development side.
It's a bit of work.
Until
Nothing's
you start
easy.
digging into it. Yeah.
Nothing's easy or it would
No.
already be done.
Our team hasn't done it yet. So.
Yeah.
So with these items, are you planning to leverage Sage's fixed assets prepaids allocations functionalities? Right.
Mhm.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the idea is to make the fields.
That's not a clue.
What is it?
Taxes.
Yeah,
That's a new
advanced taxes is another one.
That
It
came up
just- We
yesterday.
just added that list. There's like
Yeah.
a bunch of ERP. It's basically XYZ ERP modules that Ramp's direct integration does not support out of the box.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I think from our end, what we ask is just some sort of visibility into whether you're going to end up developing it.
Yeah.
We were the first ones to build the bank feed integration into Intact, and Intact assured us they will not do it anytime soon. And then so
we spent Dan and I spent a
we
lot
spend a
of
lot of
time
time doing that, which is
We
fine. As
learned a
long,
lot in the
and we just want transparency, right? That's if you're going to build it. I mean, there's plenty of other things that we could be doing. So,
So with a NetSuite integration, we've added support for integrating with their amortization schedules.
Okay.
Which is about as much as we've pushed into these areas.
Yeah.
And we have PO matching as well.
We have
within that
matching,
matching.
yes.
So you're doing fixed assets or prepaids or both? When that's true.
Fixed assets works with NetSuite just out of the box because it's triggered like differently. But
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you. One thing we are looking at is allocations within RAM. Because you're able to set up enterprises, entities, departments, locations, etc. Right now, it's possible to kind of split transactions across department and location lines, but not across entity lines. We do want to do that on RAM. Because that is going to allow us to have kind of spend visibility, like broken down by both entity and the other dimensions. So that is planned. That is going to be a pretty big project, though. Like I would say, you probably won't see that for another 6 months at least. Amortization and prepaids. I don't think we're planning to do anything with Intact specifically. But it's more on these ones. We're more interested in actually like adding kind of native support for some of this functionality and things like QBO and Zero, where it's like entirely missing.
yeah.
Like that's probably more interesting to us.
Yeah, and I'll say Intact makes it even more confusing because there's two fixed asset options. They have like a native fixed asset one they just came out with, and then they have one that was built with a internal development team that's outside of the core development team on top of their platform. So it's
And there's a third.
Yeah, so in terms of like number of customers,
There's also Sage Fix.
the latter is the one that has most customers now. In the future, they're going to sunset the one built outside of the core platform and transfer customers over.
Right.
So it's a whole thing.
You never know what Sage. Of course, they use the same name for them all, which
Yeah.
really makes things juicy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Okay.
The way that we kind of think about prioritization of this stuff is, like, why are we losing deals? What are the objections from customers around adopting our integrations and using them? And where are the sources of pain for our existing customers? And has that level of pain risen to a point where we can't leave it unaddressed? I think in the absence of Kerr working with us, we would probably get to these things at some point because customers would be asking for it, we'll be losing deals because of it. But if we can find a way where we can use you to win those deals, then the priorities of these things completely shifts, right? Like, if we don't have to do fixed assets because Kerr has a great offering, then this goes way down the list, and potentially stays all the way down the list in perpetuity because we have other things that we can do to help on deals. So I don't want to say never say never, but I do want to say with the presence of a partnership and an effective motion for selling together and bringing on board these customers, then it's almost as good as never.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
No, I understand, and that's a very fair statement.
Yeah.
We are not talking about forever, right? But at least, like, if you tell us next 3 to 5 years, this can stay on the market, whatever, right? I mean, and eventually you might incorporate. Either you can take what we built and then incorporate into your product or something like that, or build your own, whatever. But but the immediate need usually gets you the sale, right? And so that's why I kind of liken that idea. You have the base integration that does so much, right? But there's this end thing that always happens, and that's actually how we usually sell our stuff too sometimes, because we have these like integrations we build for, like, let's say Shopify or other kind of platforms, and we say this is what it does, and then but as we scope with the discovery with the client, they may need X, Y, Z, then we say, okay, we'll charge the delta, right? Maybe our product is X dollar annual subscription, but we'll charge you a little bit extra to build this, incorporate into the product. So we're okay with those kind of things. I mean, that's
Well, it sounds like Teddy might have some insight in terms of what are the issues that you're seeing. The best type issue is where you know it going in, right? The worst is almost after they've signed up, then it becomes a big deal, right? And then there's the other one, which is, it's a big deal, but I don't want to mention it. But if somebody else comes out and answers this solution for me, I'm jumping on them, right? I mean, that's kind of the hidden danger.
I'll just add, the data is a little bit misrepresented because when we're going through the sales process, we do not want to DQ deals intentionally. So, we're not asking, do you guys use fixed assets? Do you need that ever? Because we know we don't support it. But if you guys
I
had
think
an integration, we would ask. We would say, do you guys fixed assets? By the way, we have a great solution for that a partner built. Like, we'd start to mention.
Yeah.
And then because we're in these super competitive deal cycles, and that could be a differentiator if we were willing to bring it into the discussion.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, Texas CPAs is an example of where this popped up. Right.
That was their first.
Suddenly it was like, ooh, how do we do this? Right? Oh, well, you can. So
We're actually kind of doing this model internally, actually, in a lot of ways right now, because we have a deployed engineering team, kind of like, it's like an internal solutions team, and we don't want to scale that forever. Like, it's for our biggest deals, and we can't do this for everyone. But even with those NetSuite customers that we've got, that FDE team is building bespoke stuff on top of our NetSuite integration, similar to how you described with Sage, and they pay extra for that, and there's a whole kind of a solutions package that goes with it. So it's just a similar model,
Yeah. So what's the model for the customer charge on that? 'Cause if it's working there, we can probably leverage that, right?
I think Gabe has
It's
a better
it's
idea.
like a fixed fee typically. We don't have any variable costs, so it's like one time fixed fee and then like you're good, and no ongoing support costs.
Got it.
Which you can imagine it's hard to maintain and scale.
Yeah. Yeah, particularly since the ERP itself is morphing all the time. So.
But we'd love to give that work to someone else.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'd love to take it.
Yeah.
That sounds like yeah.
Marriage made in heaven.
I
Yeah.
just want to repeat back what I think I'm hearing. So, am I understanding correctly that a lot of these features are kind of like once they're built once would be reusable by other customers?
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And do you guys like how frequently would you see someone who said, "Oh, I need a fixed asset integration," but the one that works for most people doesn't work for me? Does that happen at all?
No, it'll.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
they'll all work.
Because
Very much
Intact's
so.
fairly rigid.
It's a pretty
So,
stable
it's-
product in
yeah,
that sense.
you
There's
can't
very
customize
very
Intact.
rarely that they're making like substantial changes to the way that because it's accounting, right? So it's just
Yeah.
a lot of it's rinse and repeat.
Mm-hmm.
The keys, at least specifically with fixed assets, is like which fixed assets, which one. But yeah,
And Ramp will never support every Sage fixed asset module, like
Right.
probably. So like that's just good for us. Partner.
Yeah.
Basically, pick one.
And then like the other two we'd send to you for us.
so maybe jump back real quick to the topic of Sage 300, 100. We can't build everything all at once and quickly and it'll be there. And so the question is, do you all have any sense of which one we should prioritize? Or do you look to us?
How many Sage 300 clients are there?
We have
How
more
many
100 than 300.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
let's be
we have
careful
more
on the
300,
numbering
100,
also.
100 than 300. Yeah.
Is-
300 CRE, 300.
Not
ERP.
sure.
Totally
Yeah, yeah.
different
So okay,
product.
so Sage is in their infinite wisdom will call different systems the same numbering.
Mhm.
So there's Sage 300, which is ACPAC. It's a completely different system than Sage 300 CRE, which is Timberline. They have the same thing in Sage 100. They have Sage 100 and Sage 100 Contractor, two completely different systems.
Yeah.
So likely you guys don't have that much data on. Yeah. Okay.
We don't have that level of fidelity.
Yeah.
I think we ask customers if they're using Sage 300, Sage 100, but not the specific.
Not specific.
Is that something that you guys could incorporate moving
Well,
forward?
But you know the industry they're in, right? For the most part,
For the most
those.
So
Yeah,
that
but
that
it
We
usually
can
usually
find a
would work.
guesstimate if we had like a list somewhere, like I mean,
We can
industry by
backfill and
industry.
clean that data. Like if this is critical, we can.
I mean,
But looking forward also, I
It's
mean,
the
you've got a
same
drop
looking-
down that they pick.
We'll have sales ops edit that.
Right.
That's and
Yeah.
then-
yeah.
That'd be
That part
good.
should
Yeah,
be
if they
easy.
do
We'll
like
do
the
that tomorrow.
the
That's
account
easy.
managers, like when they reach back out.
Because then
to
they're
them,
like, there's three
Yeah.
Sage 100s. Which
yeah.
one do I pick?
Which
Let me
one
ask.
are you?
Yeah.
The construction or the yeah?
Sounds like it should
And
say
even though it says
Timberline
like Sage
CRE
100
correct?
construction,
It should. It
construction-
really
Yeah.
should. Yeah.
contractor. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's
A lot of like service companies use that, like the HV maintenance.
Yeah.
HVAC.
I'll
Right.
add the single biggest blocker for just 300, 100 has been filtering between fields. So like I select a project, then it filters the task. We built an API endpoint that can be addressed directly through a lookup table where you can associate like a task with a project. Once that is released, like your integrations can include that filtering between fields, which means we will just see like huge adoption and like a way higher close rate because that to me has been the
Well, how
biggest
deep are
blocker.
you going? Is it just task?
I'm saying it's more generalizable. The idea
Yeah,
that I
okay.
select field A and it filters field B. So
Yeah,
being able
it
to
makes sense. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
critical for these companies.
Yeah.
But that logic is contained in the ERP system, and you're pulling from it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
what we would do is we would look at the ERP system, and you should be able to pull via the API,
Yeah.
like what project.
Like
is
think
attached.
about Sage 300 even with the PJC module.
Yeah.
You know how that PJC works. You pick.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is something generic and then
Got
do a lookup on both.
Exactly. So we have that built in and that comes back to like that's what we're working on, improving our platform's capabilities, so that when we build these integrations, we can go to market with an integration that is really attractive and solve what our clients.
Yeah, so I think if y'all can help us, I mean, I know from our end, if I were to be selfish, I would say Sage 100 Contractor would be a good one to go after
because
they're
it's a bigger
market.
probably bigger
It's
market.
a big market and it has no solutions.
it has no solutions
So
for this at all.
Sounds good.
that's the sweet spot.
And their construction,
Sage is
right?
Zero
Still-
competitors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Sage
there's
is
one.
still developing.
There's two, really.
I mean,
There's,
this is something we'll talk about in our next call. Is
Yeah.
that exactly? You know, we walked into the Microsoft Business Central conference in San Antonio,
Uh-huh.
and I started chatting about who we consider our competitors. Right? I was like, oh, Divvy, Brex, and they looked at me like I had four eyes because they're like, we never. Like, who is that?
Yeah.
And so understanding when you say there's no competitors, like what does it actually mean? Like in what verticals does that sit in? Would be like a learning lesson that we would gather from you guys as well, because that helps us then build out that content to go from not our Sage 100 clients that are on Ramp, but like the TAM that is they're not using Ramp and they're not using
that's right.
your
Yeah. So 100 Contractor is almost like virgin territory for the equivalent of a QuickBooks type user.
Okay.
So just think about
exactly.
that.
Is it a fair statement to say that if we look at the revenue of Sage, the majority of revenue for Sage comes from those four products, 4 or 5 products?
Yes.
for
Right?
sure.
Right? So, I mean, that,
That's
you know, if
I
we're
mean,
looking at
100's a
the
like
pretty big
Sage,
market.
300, the regular ACPAC, they have a lot of, especially Canada. There's a lot, and it's very international. Like New Zealand, Australia. I mean, it goes all over the world, right?
Yeah.
That 300. I mean, it's crazy how expand. So now Sage's goal is to build Intact up. They have already gotten
That's a
into
decade of
South
work,
Africa
right?
and
Like
other
that.
places. So they are targeting them to migrate back into Intact, but that's going to take years. I mean, Asia, they're not going to move like immediately to a cloud product.
Well, there's a
I mean,
huge
so-
disincentive to move
Yeah.
to Intact.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I
the
mean,
elephant in the room.
so there's still like long way there. I mean, I think it's a big base. Like they have tens of thousands of customers.
It's the same issue Oracle has with JD Edwards. I mean, there's a reason JD Edwards still exists despite Oracle's best efforts to kill it. So
No, the another like odd one that I think we talked about it before you guys joined. Sage X3 is another one, which is more of an enterprise level, but
and that one's growing.
yeah,
I mean,
that's actually I mean we have very large customers on X3, so all it takes is I think if we can just get one. What I like is like get one prospective client who likes Ramp. I mean, I wouldn't mind building the integration after. I mean, I like building with the customer for the most cases. So, and then we can just, that's something we could maybe do for you and just leave it out in the marketplace, right? Because it may be smaller market for you guys to just go after. Worldwide is it would be big, but US.
I mean, frankly, we'd be better off putting it on the Sage X3 marketplace.
Yeah, exactly. Both ways. Yeah.
Because that's the other opportunity, right?
I think there's two.
I want to
kind of
make sure
like
we all understand.
models that I'm hearing. Just to go back to what I was talking about earlier, there's an integration that we don't really have an intention of building and we're supporting at all, and then there's integration we support, but maybe doesn't have the full functionality. That our customers need. Yeah, and I think like how this looks for both of those is pretty different. I think for the former, it's a little more straightforward to like bring in someone to build an integration from scratch. I think for the latter, it's a little bit more complex. How do we explain that to our customers that they have to pay for our integration as well as your extension? How does it work if you guys want to change some code that like might have to have dependencies in the code that we've already written? I don't know if like our technical infrastructure is set up for that type of interaction yet, and so it seems like we probably want to like start small with each of these models and just kind of see how they go. I'm curious on the kind of like the support model. So I think it's more complex with the mixed situation. If someone's using our core integration, your extension, how do we direct them to go to support? But starting with the simpler model, like how do you guys handle support models with other partners like Ramp? If a customer reaches out, do you have SLAs? Can we depend on y'all to like handle those issues? Do you charge customers for ongoing support? I'm curious just like what the overall approach is.
It really depends. If it's a product with Rollup, we're charging like an annual subscription fee for that. Unless it's a new feature, if it's a problem with the existing stuff, we wouldn't charge customer extra for it. But if it's some like new request or feature request that we don't have it in the product, we may think about, hey, if is it a small, like small meaning maybe less than 15, 20 hours, whatever, versus it would be a 100-hour project, right? I mean, we would charge for, like, we would scope it and tell them, hey, this is what it's going to cost, and okay, we'll charge you half of it, but we build into subscription fee, right, for the next year type of thing. So
What we did with the GL integration is they just pay a fee, annual fee for it, and it's all included. Ideally, we would get to a point that that's the way it is, because it makes it very easy for you guys to go, oh, whatever, 2,000, 5,000, whatever that dollar value is, to just go, oh, okay, this is an add-on on top. That's just my thought, because then, variable is always hard to sell. Well, it might be 50 or it might be 100. I don't,
it is.
Yeah.
That's but the challenge is where we get something that's not repetitive, right? That's something that's bespoke that you gotta.
So you guys want to have recurring revenue for these?
Yes. Yeah, that would be ideal.
The closest example we have is like we sell a lot of NetGain internally because it unblocks customers. It's like add-on in NetSuite that integrates with Ramp, like similar type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They charge $4,800 a year. Implementation is free. Support is free. It's all baked into the $4,800 a year. So like could use that as an example.
Yeah.
That would be. I mean,
Yeah,
in my
that
opinion,
makes
that
sense.
would be the model that we go after.
Yeah.
For those NetGain
Because then it
customers,
incentivizes you guys too, right? Like it makes it easier for the customer. It makes it easier for y'all to sell, and then the rest is, we just got to be excellent in supporting, and you guys be confident that we.
Do you guys have an in-house support team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all,
And we'll build around it, right? Like as we'll build the IP, if we'll
we can
build
expand
on the
our
volume.
team. I mean,
Yeah.
we have now together with
I mean,
because
just so
they're
you guys
part
know,
of
I mean,
it,
this is
right.
very much a focus of our company. With the same way we focused in on Sage Intacct and building that practice.
Yeah,
which is very healthy at
Just the background, the Cherry Bekaert Advisory has 2 quite large offices in India that to provide
They just got
backend
acquired.
support. So
Did I tell you that they got acquired by Cherry Bekaert?
Oh, right.
So, and we're already in a relationship with them from the accounting side, from the CAS offering.
Nice.
So, coming together,
Yeah. Great.
which is great. Which is,
Well, yeah, they've got 16,000 clients that we could go after. So
and you guys already sent us a list of 3,000 clients.
yeah, we have a lot
Yeah.
of clients ourselves, but
which span all of those
Yeah.
Sage products, correct?
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's right.
we have quite a bit on the 100 contractor, probably the largest we have. 300, quite a bit, 300 CRE and 300 ERP. 100
And Sage
contractor,
100.
regular 100, X3, and Intacct, of course.
Yeah.
But because we've been a long time Sage partner. And the other thing, just to mention, I'm sure Dan talked to you guys about, but the way we are organized is it's Curve. Then we have these affiliated companies. So like those are usually smaller Sage partners that kind of moved away from being a Sage partner. They rolled into us. So we have maybe we have around, combined with those, there's 15 of those or something like that. They brought another maybe 1,000 to 1,500 customers. I mean, all throughout the ecosystem, right, that we have around us. So, and that's how it goes down, right? I mean, those guys also part of us too, so they attend our monthly meetings, etc. So you gain access to a larger.
Yeah, they're leveraging our VAR account.
Yeah.
From a prioritization on Sage 100, I just was saying this to Teddy, this is a question for the internal team. We look at our current customer base that's on Sage 100, all the lost opportunities that are on Sage 100, and then we can compare that to the actual customer base of Sage 100, point them in the right direction. It sounds like we're already going down that
I mean,
path,
I think
but-
if you have if you can have what the ERP is and what industry that they're in,
Yeah.
then we can
We can
pretty back into which system they're on.
Yeah, I mean, if they're construction industry,
I guarantee they're
90% chance they're going to be on the
Sage 100
construction product.
contractor. Yeah.
I think we have the data to help create a list of priorities. I don't think it's in the clean state right now we need it to be, but I think we have everything available we need to.
Yeah.
To back into that.
Yeah, and then if we can just have the sales channel folks add those couple selections to the drop down going forward, then you get it.
Do y'all need that list? You want
That'd
me
be
to?
great. If
Okay.
you send it to me, I literally added an option yesterday,
Okay.
like Penta ERP, whatever Penta does. Now you had a support question.
Yeah, I'm curious about like with the NetGain clients, how is support being handled for those clients? Are we like handing it over to NetGain? It's like first line support across ramp chain limits,
It's a great question.
or or not?
So what we have, it's a very similar answer to what's our support with NetSuite, which is we always go first to what documentation do we have on issues. If we have it documented, we'll send that to the customer. We'll guide them through those steps. If it is not documented, we will engage NetGain. We've gotten a few like feature requests for the NetGain product that doesn't support XYZ. So that has to go feature requests for their bundle get routed to NetGain. And we kind of co-implement because NetGain's not comfortable showing how the integration is going to work on the ramp side. So the way I like to think about it is NetGain should be able to make sure everything works in NetSuite. Very simple. If it's not working in NetSuite, that is NetGain's problem. If it's working in NetSuite, then it's got to be our problem. And usually, once we get it working in NetSuite, it's like not a problem. So, does that help?
Yeah. I'm just thinking in the example of the Sage Intacct.
Like you guys have to make sure that with Sage Intacct that
Of
this
course,
works
yeah.
manually. Like
No, yeah,
does the
absolutely.
same thing work manually?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And this is where we can also delegate support. Like Life Church is a perfect example. Okay, Ramp has like 6, 7 transaction types with like purchase orders, statement payments, cashback, like all of those. There's only one that uses your integration, which is credit card transactions and syncing. So if they get a sync error for credit card transactions, that has to be troubleshooted by Kirk Consulting. But if they get a sync issue with any other part of our direct integration that is not using your module, then we would have to troubleshoot it. So I think there's some clear lines we could probably build out for support.
And also, I don't, if we come up with our own support resources content, I mean, do we provide it to you and you guys publish it or something like that? I don't.
Definitely, we should publish as much as we can. Like we want customers to self-serve, so like big. If there's things that we can publish.
Got it.
I would say we have some good action items on our end. It's cleaning up the data to provide that list for Stage 100.
That
It
last
sounds
one's
like
SIMA, by the way, right?
Yeah, what is SIMA?
Okay,
We asked that real
yeah.
quick.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I was
Correct.
wondering. So we were. Simon is an accounting software.
Yeah, I pulled their website up. It looks like a kid,
Simon.com.
a kid in middle school built it.
Well, Simon was a pretty big product, right? Back in the
was.
like
It
80s,
was.
or I mean,
Yeah,
it was a
That's
DOS
what the
based.
website looks like.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
So, and then what happened is over there, at some point, like in late 90s, early 2000s, we were like the largest SIMA reseller in US, right? SQR. So we've done a lot of SIMA. I've done personally a lot of SIMA myself. And then over the years, it was a generic accounting system, like almost think of QuickBooks in a way, like in an expanded way. And had all the modules and everything. But once they saw competition coming in, they started focusing on HR payroll, right? So they became like they invested a lot of their energy in there, and they discontinued the partner program and everything. But we still have, some legacy customers using SIMA. So it's an accounting system.
They cash cow.
Yeah, exactly. And that they're just. We know the owner and everybody, but like it's a small company.
What is the
as far as
opportunity
on-
size of them looking at Ramp as an option?
I mean,
Like their client base can even be someone that's going to be open to it. You guys know pretty well.
They could be, because there's like all types of different businesses that's using them. So we're migrating a couple of our like larger that bills volume sales is one of them. Like some of the customers
They're
really
big.
grew, but they never changed the
PVS.
So because the software worked, right? For their needs and scaled in a way. So I think they still have probably close to the whole SIMA, probably in 3,000 to 4,000. I mean, in customer base. That's what my guess would
and
be.
it shouldn't require a deep integration.
No, we
to
were just
drive
thinking
some
of
value.
CSV.
Yeah, they
It's
have a
literally.
good
in fact, we have one
experience.
customer that we're gonna do it for.
Yeah. Right.
They're already on ramp, I think,
They are on ramp.
and they have
It's not
SIMA.
integrated, so they're using the card
Okay.
basically.
Yeah.
And
This goes back to the costing.
yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah.
Also, I had an idea on support. I think it's what we could do is when you integrate the API back, you're able to send like an error message, and the error message just says like, please contact like this email for support with this integration.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that also
me
works
message
is
that
that
to Sheila.
our internal team, what they look at is they get a screenshot of the error. So even if they contact Ramp support and
Yeah.
they take a screenshot of their error message,
Mm-hmm.
Ramp support is going to
Mhm.
know, oh, based on the error message, Kurt built this. We need to go to Kurt.
Right.
Sure.
Very-
Yeah,
very
that makes
simple.
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So would that kind be a good example test case to build the integration on the?
So
the
it's
side
just a
one?
basic thing. I mean,
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't go
that's-
deep,
It could
but-
be just a
Okay.
file base.
Yeah.
I mean, just to automate their process a little bit, that would be helpful.
I just pulled out some data on industry and product. If we want to take a look, I can share.
Yes, go and
Yeah,
share.
that'd be great.
Yep.
Are there any issues with sharing kind of like numbers of customers?
No,
in each of those things?
They've got NDA and everything. It's
Alright,
fine.
great.
Do you have the Zoom?
Uh,
Do you want me to share with you? Oh, yeah, there you go. Amazing, this technology works in these rooms.
So this is a list of SH Sage 300s and the industries. So you can see that we're kind of overrepresented. This is just a list of order. So is there a better way to kind of like order this? Might be helpful. Why don't I order by the So for say for X3, it's mostly food products.
You wanna
Yes,
look
it
up,
is.
Yeah, you're on
It
it
is
right on it.
full-time
Yep.
care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we use a Zoom on the top right.
Yeah,
Your three.
Oh, that's interesting. You guys do have X3 ops
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Sage 50 is.
Yeah, that they used to be Peachtree.
Right.
So-
Sage 300.
I think that's probably a regular Sage. Well, there's some real
Electric
estate.
So
real
the
It's a-
first
estate.
one is
like
construction
healthcare
on
would be regular, but there's real
that.
estate.
Non-profit and religious.
Non-profit probably standard 300.
Biotech.
Yeah, this is where we would need that distinction
Yeah.
between 300 construction. See, like 100 contractor, construction. Machinery will be standard 100 probably.
Not for profit.
And this is a list of existing ramp customers.
Existing customers.
How many?
We also do. Have
How many are in this
We
list?
also have a report of closed lost, right, Matt? And we don't need to show that right now, but we have a report of closed lost that would
Yeah.
show.
Okay.
See
opportunity
that
of
business
what-
cloud accounting? I think that could be either 300 or sometimes
It
that
could be
they
a few
renamed
things.
at some point. It's like Sage.
But that's a pick that you guys put
There's
on
quite
the
a few
drive.
That's a
X3
pick list
there.
we-
There's more X3
Yeah,
down in there
there's
too.
more X3 there. Yeah.
That's interesting,
Yeah.
man.
And how are they? Do you guys have any integration to
It's
X3 or
actually
they
not
use
surprising.
standalone? Oh, really?
That's just
Wow.
by using the card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I can guarantee if you're looking at the spend on those customers,
It's
it's
big.
huge.
Yeah.
It's about
Yeah.
283
Yeah,
customers.
That's why I agree with Curray that X3 is a good
It's a beast.
That's a good one.
good area to monitor.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bang for your buck, you're gonna like.
At least we
That's
should
a
have
lot
something
more
basic.
customized though, right? It's not like the
Yeah, that's
same
it.
And there's not much
build-out.
competitive solutions there
No,
either.
I mean there's like we are one of there are two big X3 partners in US. We are one of them. So, I mean, really.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
X3 is a system we like know the deep ins and outs of.
Yeah.
So
So I think we can like clean up some of the data, maybe provide a recommendation on our
Yeah.
end.
yeah.
I think for the case of extending our existing integrations, it sounds like we have kind of like a test case that's built out already.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can try rolling that out to the next customer asks for it and kind of use it as our pilot. I think we need to talk internally with our tech team
Yeah.
to like figure out.
Well, or we could talk to one of these existing customers.
Sure.
What's Sage 500?
And just a word,
Yeah.
this
it
informatics
Mass?
data
No, it's called
is,
Sage 500.
For the most part, either
What's the original
self-reported
name?
or
It was
self-reported.
Mass
Yeah.
So
500.
it may not be 100%.
Sage 100
but
is
it's
both
at
Mass
least
90
indicative.
and Mass
We're
200.
getting better at asking that question through Gabriel's
both
efforts
they
on
changed.
outbound work. Right?
It's
When they come to
possible
us,
one
they
of those
ask what-
X3 customers is one of our mutual customers.
Right?
I mean, not for nothing.
So I have a question about that. I know we said like 30,000 customers you guys have.
3,000.
3,000.
Yeah.
Contract.
Are these customers
I've got that.
who some of them
What
use
else?
Ramp, some of them use other
Do you have the
expense
same? Oh.
management platforms,
Sage.
or some might
Absolutely.
be looking for an expense
Ex-
management
Some of them
platform?
may be using nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just the history, like when we started this, Dan was like, hey, we've got a client list of 3,000, like, let's go market to them. But that ranged so many different ERPs, we didn't really know how to tackle it. So now getting into this conversation, the next call we're having is about marketing, just like, hey, if we're going to go after 100, let's focus there, put our efforts towards that before we just kind of do a blast.
Yeah, I would love to understand, like, out of the 3,000, like, what we could potentially go after, like, from the Ramp side.
Yep.
And understand the opportunity there.
Anything else?
Great.
I mean, to me, the dividing
Yeah,
line I use with you guys
I
are:
think that's good.
do they feel the need to maintain their current credit cards?
Yeah.
You know, if the answer's no, it's like, let me tell you about Ramp. It's like it's a really easy path.
Cool. Well, I know we're like at time for this group, so we'll follow up with some notes, but I think some data cleaning up on our end, and then on y'all's end, go get us some Sysma clients. There we go.
That's right. That's a new system.
But thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You
Yeah.
guys, appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
thanks guys. This is great.
You guys.
Thank you
Fantastic
guys for
meeting you
joining.
live too.
Yeah.
It's always good.
Cool.
Matt, thanks for joining. We have some additions to our room. I want to give a chance, if Kevin, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah,
from
absolutely.
The CAR team. Also, you guys want me to hear his introduction. He's on the product side.
Oh, great.
really
Okay.
quick,
Hi, Kevin Deveji here. So I'm the product lead of Anywhere Apps product portfolio. So we have different products such as asset management, workflow, quality compliance management, and CRM Anywhere. And these are standalone systems, and they were integrated with Sage products. So that's how we position them basically. So I'm here to learn and see how we can create some synergies.
And he's based in here, so.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Looking forward to working
You can
with you.
tell a New York accent.
Oh,
that would be me.
Perfect. And then I'll let you guys can hop out. Barrett.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
Or you can hang out
you.
all day.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you guys.
Yeah, good
Thanks,
to
guys.
Yes, good to meet you
Thanks for your
guys.
time.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
And then an introduction on our end. Barrett, if you'd like to say hello while we wait.
Uh-oh.
As we wait for Al to join here. Barrett.
All
Yeah.
good.
It's good to see you guys. Forgive me for not being in person. My son is quite sick, so I decided to stay home and avoid the trip. But I'm the new head of alliances here, working closely with Eric and team, obviously, and really excited to listen and learn from you all today. Next time you're in person, I'll come for high fives and a proper hello. But I appreciate you all investing the time. This is an exciting opportunity for us all.
Barrett, you want to share a little bit on your background? Just it would help them. These guys are all pretty tenured in the tech space, so it'll be good.
I'm glad to, yeah. So I spent almost a decade at HubSpot prior to this in partnerships across a variety of different capacities, global training, partner acquisition, and then global strategy around partner acquisition and onboarding. So we think about partnership at HubSpot, it was much more specifically reseller and VAR versus the integrated approach that we see here at Ramp, where we're actually solving more business problems and more of a holistic sort of a solution overall. So about a decade there, I worked for a solutions partner, the top partner in HubSpot's ecosystem, for the year before coming here. It's a little context on the services space as well. And then I've been here for, this is business day 8. So I'm fresh at the team.
Cool. Thank
Awesome.
you. We can, Al is, if you guys need to use like more coffee or bathroom, we got like 1 minute before Al joins.
Yeah, that
There's a
sounds
bathroom here. There's also a bathroom down and to the left. This is probably the closest, and then more coffee and stuff. You guys know what it is. So.
I can feel our run this morning.
Cool. Hopefully that was
huge.
okay. Good.
I mean,
you'll,
that's
you'll
honestly-
work with Teddy. I mean, Gabriel will lead that from the integration side, but I think that's the biggest thing. I think is like cleaning up the data a little bit around like where exactly, because like what I was fearful of is the list of 300 is like exactly what I said to Matt. I said, giving us that list and we go and blast them with the wrong marketing content or building content together, and we'll talk about it here.
Oh yeah, I mean it'll fall on
does
dev.
not go anywhere, right? It's just a waste of
Exactly.
our time.
I sent you guys the list, and if you want, you guys can.
Can we compare with Sage? Like, can we get the data from if we have customers? Can Sage help us? Like, if we
I
have their
would
email?
say from y'all's end, if you can.
I think we.
They
can work
won't.
with
They don't
Sage.
let partners because they don't want partners to basically start going after each other's
For
customers.
sure, but like if we're like, hey, we're looking to clean up our Sage data so we can speak to your customers more articulately, I think we could, Eric, we could go to Sage and ask them to kind of help us. We give them that list, and then we ask them to look at their data so that we can get accurate
Yeah, they
records.
actually Sage Intacct wants us to look at their Crossbeam.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Actually, yeah, no, yes.
They have asked us to.
Yeah.
They either use Crossbeam
Or we
or
can
one of
do
the
our
other
own
ones.
data cleanup. Sage already has all the data.
Yeah, no, that would. I mean, yeah, because this problem is propagates, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We're and I mean we can talk about it here on the marketing side. Like Logan and Ops is just now starting to get Crossbeam up and running, like I said. So
We need to get that ERP list updated ASAP. So we'll work on that.
You and I.
Yeah, send us the list.
Yeah, I sent you that.
Again, it's on Sage's website too, right?
The other thing, if we're talking about integration, the other thing is we need to look at like ease of integration, right? So like Sage 100 is much easier to integrate than Sage 300 CRE. That is a pain in the ass of a system to.
or like X3, it's got to be same.
X3 is actually not hard to integrate. The challenge is going to be uniformity across the customers because it's,
Everyone's gonna have a unique.
it's an SAP size system almost. Like it's
Right.
huge.
I think we'll see. We'll talk about it more, but there's a way to make it very uniform, regardless of how they're using the ramp side, because we're interacting with the same transaction types, and the biggest differentiator becomes accounting fields. So there's probably a way to build some sort of connector that.
Well, and we don't have to do it in the vacuum because we can take those customers that are already on there and go to them and ask them, hey, we're looking at this. Can we use you as a test bed?
Yeah,
or something?
exactly.
Right?
And then we test with 2 to 3, see how they're different.
So if we're gonna do the X3, we should actually reach out. One, if we have a X3 client that's already on Ramp, just pick up. The
That would
phone.
be good to know. But I
No, fine.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll clean up.
we need to clean up our data on what ERP they're using. I think that really probably was a light. Was that are they using 100 or 100 contractor?
Yeah.
But we learn a little bit every single day. We start talking about Sage because Sage is
It's weird.
yes.
Or the ERP.
Yeah.
Spectrum is by viewpoint.
I
Al?
also like the idea of a stack rank order for its worth. Just talking about that.
Yep.
If we interject, you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, absolutely.
I think if we build something in terms of a matrix of value, in terms of certainly speed to value, right?
Yeah.
So how quickly the integration, like the sort of logical ones first, then we go top down in terms of both marketing, which Al will speak about, and then our collective go-to-market for how we sell against it. Why not go low-hanging fruit, and then we can look as we get progressively through the list at the harder ones.
I mean, we can look at. I mean, the biggest thing that I was saying is, he has the ability to show. We have the ability to show the current clients that are on 300, and then the ones we've lost. The closed
Absolutely.
lost. That shows you that we have, at least have engagement with those client bases, right? Like people are actually picking up the phone and saying, "Hey, we want to look at it."
Yeah.
We probably even have a large amount of data on closed loss. Why?
Why was it
No
lost?
integration.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that's good.
I could see we could do a collective go-to-market against that as well, to your point. If we look at the reasons for it, and if we overlap with Current, it makes sense to just do that together and go try and reignite a couple hundred opportunities together.
Yeah.
Um,
That'd be good.
Al, thanks for joining. We just took a bio break, so they're collecting here. But I appreciate you hopping on. I know this is more Kure, just so you're aware, from a content perspective, just like we were just had with them, is more of a working conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe what we would like to know is what have you done from marketing efforts with
Yeah.
outside of Sage, but in general, what have
Yeah.
you seen successful from your client base, marketing in your client base, vice versa, would be where we want to talk. And then Al, I think on your end is the initiative behind number one. We got head count, which is great. But then, just high level kind of what we're thinking about in FY25 around
Their timeline's going to be
webinars, events.
That's not
you
going to
kind
happen
of
overnight.
can run that. Do we have everyone? Yes.
Just
We do.
kidding. I think so.
Oh, just Kevin. Yeah,
Oh, right.
he's right there. Cool. Wait 1 second. He's right there. I feel bad.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe from
if you
our,
guys want to do a quick, just say hello. I know. Yeah.
from our marketing side. So the way we work with ISVs is on the marketing side. I mean, Paul can talk about it too, but like basically, we sort of build a campaign together, right, with the strategic ones. We leverage the materials that you guys already put together, basically. Do like email campaigns, and then, I mean, we run like every month, right? I mean, are we running like feels like every week we are running a campaign on something.
Pretty
right?
much.
Pretty much. So,
And then I've got my newsletter on top of that.
right. So we try to like get our customers educated a little bit as to like, okay, this is another product we represent type of thing, right? So we could certainly work with, I don't know, I don't think, have we done one then with Nathan? Has he run any ramp campaign?
We've done
Yes.
one. We did a ramp campaign about 3 months ago.
Okay.
On your newsletter that you guys send out.
Okay.
It was ramp logoed. I think it went out 3 or 4 times. Just history of that. We put your reg link on there. I don't know if we drew interest. Maybe that's where Life Church came from, or a
Maybe.
Jewish
Yeah.
family. Maybe we did. But low touch.
Yeah. So those are like cold touches, right?
Yeah.
And then like sometimes we would get customers, like few might be interested. I know that everybody gets a lot of emails, right? I'm not saying that's the best method, but at least it's more like an awareness type of thing, in my
That's it,
opinion. Even if they saw Cure Ramp, right? I mean, it kind of resonates. I don't know, on our website, have we designed an
No.
area for
Nope.
you? I mean, that's one thing we
Yeah.
have to for sure work on, right? I mean, so because we have designated sites for key ISVs we work with. So if you go to like your consulting site, that's one thing you guys can help Nathan for sure. So
Can you guys just for a second? Nathan Curry's
That's
on.
fine. Yep.
Yeah, he's jumped in.
yeah, he should
He's
talk
our
about
chief.
that.
Is he on?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
put
he's
him
on.
on here?
He's on. Well, he's on the.
No. Have him join.
To
What's
the
his email?
Zoom. Yeah, he needs.
No, he's on the Zoom.
Where is he?
Unless it's a different Zoom
Yeah,
link.
it is. Hold on.
It's a
Hold on.
different Zoom.
I was on the original Zoom.
I know.
Yeah, just let if you want.
I'm just gonna say
I
email.
was
him.
hanging out there.
You have you have his email.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Teams info.
Nathan, it's coming your way.
And while you're looking, I can give myself.
Yeah,
a
if you wouldn't
intro
mind, that'd be
too,
great.
so yeah. So I am Al. I lead partner marketing here at Ramp. Been here since July, so a handful of months, but since then we've made a lot of progress building up a lot of the programmatic initiatives for the various partner channels that we support and how we go to market with them. So Services Partners is one of those, partnering closely with Eric and Gabriel and team to build this out. So yeah, excited to talk to you all today. Just kind of figure out what what type of marketing initiatives that make the most sense to explore. We have resources on both sides to help support. So looking forward to just kind of having kind of a bit of a workshop session and seeing what's possible. What would be helpful for me, actually, like I looked at the deck that you had sent over, Eric, just like an overview of Kerr, like, I'm about a quarter in here. So just understanding your business, how you've interfaced with Ramp to date, and really what you're looking to get out from a joint marketing perspective would be helpful. So I don't know who would be.
Yeah. Let me just make sure. Let's get Nathan in this.
Yeah. He needs to be on the.
Okay.
I emailed him. But yes, Al, thank you. Maybe while Nathan is joining, I can give a recap of to date what we have done, and then what we actually have future planned with Kerr, because I think that would also give us a little idea of, the interest. Number one, we've done they have led a newsletter from their side to their customer base with Ramp on there. We gave them a little like write up and said, hey, this is who Ramp is, this is who Kerr is. I can send you an example. It's a really clean looking newsletter that they send out. So we've done that. Additionally, we have been invited. We have not done it yet with you guys, but the Top Golf events with Dave, there's been 2 invites. Those have not, it hasn't aligned with our schedules. But the biggest thing that we have going on is in June, we're actually hosting a event with you all at Sage Transform.
At the aquarium.
The Georgia Aquarium.
It's a Ramp in Kerr.
Oh, okay, awesome.
At the Georgia Aquarium. So
awesome.
From like that standpoint, a few areas that like Dan and I have talked about is number one, the website, right? Getting an ability to like have a page. That also flips onto our side, which Al can speak to, but we now have a services partner.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. What are we calling it? The landing?
Directory.
Yeah, directory.
Landing
Sorry,
page, yeah,
directory.
Yeah.
That would help.
Yeah.
Drive business towards you.
So we link those back to back, and yeah, I mean Nathan can.
And the other thing that now we have with Cherry Bekaert is they have a marketing team that's bigger than ours, and one of the things that we were discussing was doing a Ramp webinar to our not-for-profit clients, and immediately they started talking about content. I said, well, no, let me direct it, because you guys have a lot of that content already done, helping us better understand how we can ourselves market to our clients, meaning like, do we do a series of webinars? Do we do one webinar? What do y'all see that actually works? So getting you guys all connected to the Cherry Bekaert marketing team will help. Just another way we can drive some marketing.
Eric, can I say
Yeah, absolutely. It's all you. I'm having technical difficulties
recently
getting.
we also started connecting with some local chambers.
Okay.
So I'm actually pretty active in Hauppauge Industrial Park in New York, Long Island area. So that's one of the largest industrial parks in manufacturing in Northeast. Also, we became a partner of New York Chamber of Commerce here, and we started to go to their business expos. I'm a fan of local chambers. They found it to be pretty effective for marketing.
Sure.
So there may be something, another avenue that we can cooperate.
Have you done those marketing events with an ISV like a Ramp, like doing it?
No, we just started as Pure and Anywhere Apps together.
Okay.
We combine them and introduce them, and also in the manufacturing section, I'm a co-chair of manufacturing committee at Hauppauge Industrial Park. So we also organize education events on monthly basis. So if we can wrap it up in an educational way, how to manage expenses, how to enjoy the benefits of AI and other technological updates with manufacturers, that may be another avenue that we can discover as for the introducing the brand, I think.
And you're connected with like local technology partners, right? In Long Island.
Correct. So these areas where I'm based, I'm pretty active in New York, New Jersey, manufacturing area, and local chamber of commerce's one of the areas.
CURRIE. It says it's requiring him to sign in with a corporate Zoom account.
Really? Sorry, guys. We're having some technical difficulties on that. So just to mention on that note, so like having those field marketing events, Al's team is, and Al, I don't want to speak for you, but Al's team is going to be definitely like leading content from like a content perspective. We have an additional field marketing team that we can drive those events with. A lot of our budget has been put together for FY25, but that doesn't mean that we can't find an ability to sponsor with you.
Yeah, and these are relatively low-cost events. I mean, like, so when he goes there, if he has a little stand usually, and we don't mind putting Ramp, something Ramp there, right? I mean,
and they give us the list of all their attendees and registered companies, businesses, so we can follow up after that too. Via email, text messages, and things like that can be, so we can utilize.
I think what could be helpful is maybe we can get aligned on like 2 or 3 joint marketing efforts that we want to, partner on over the next quarter or so, or whatever makes sense from a timing standpoint, and just do it. Like I think there's a lot at our disposal right now. Like as we've been talking about, like, hey, we have a services partner directory that's up and coming where you guys can get listed. We have an app marketplace where if you build like a solution, you get listed there. There's a lot of different touch points. So maybe what we could do is kind of figure out like 2 or 3 like campaign centric things that we do gravitating around your joint offering with us, and some of those like directory listings, web pages, etc., to drive joint demand and kind of work our way from there. So I'm game to start thinking through what those things are. If you all are on board, that sounds good.
That sounds great. This is obviously not working with Nathan not able to join. So
is he the marketing guy?
Well, you know what? Hang on a second. Maybe I'll just call him and he'll just join on my laptop. Hang on a second.
Yeah. Ideal.
Eric, you might actually be able to have Zoom since you're logged in. Call him directly. So if
That's
he's
what I
on-
just
Oh, that's
tried.
true.
Yeah. Let me try that one more time.
You have
just did.
his
Just,
number.
yeah, just the phone call. Skip the actual Zoom link itself.
That's right. That's true.
Hi guys.
You can call him.
Hey,
Hey,
Nathan.
Hey, Nathan.
Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you're in the.
Can you guys hear him?
So maybe bring him close to the.
Yeah.
The mic's right next to you.
Where's
Oh,
it?
it's
Okay.
around you. Yeah.
Perfect.
I could hear him really well.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right, here. And now
Show
you
him
can.
his face.
Now you can see him.
Dang, it's always-
It's-
Nathan in a box.
Awesome.
So Nathan, just to back up, you and I have met before. This is Eric Langridge. Thanks for joining. On this session, we only got about 15 more minutes, but really, overall, it's more of an introductory thing. We've got Al and Barrett, who are Al runs our marketing for our channel, and Barrett runs the alliances group. Really, what I wanted to get across today, and I think Kure and I were just chatting, is like, what are some of the activities that you have done with ISCs that you've seen successful? I know there's been some of the newsletters, in-person events, and then my idea is, hey, we're looking at how we help you guys build an integration to these larger platforms like Sage 300 and 100 and all the ancillary products, and how do we kind of like pull out some of the use cases and use that in a ramp Kerr language offering. And then the last thing that I have is, 3,000 clients. We want to market those 3,000 clients for Kerr to help them to get on a ramp. Maybe some ideas or thoughts around that without just going on a full-on blast with unrelevant content. So that's helpful.
Sure. Yeah.
The idea of-
So,
sorry.
go ahead.
A little bit of delay between.
Yeah, Nathan.
us
Nathan.
three. There you go. You go, Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan. Maybe if you want to give an introduction, then Al. That's great.
Okay. Great to be here, guys. Nathan Curry, I'm the Sales and Marketing Officer for Kerr Consulting, and to Eric's point, yeah. So we do have obviously our ISV program where we're engaging in several different types of marketing. Email marketing, live events. We do some advertising as well, 3 or 4 different types of digital display ads, and then here lately working on case studies, those types of things. So we really utilize almost all the marketing channels that are available to us. So I think we would utilize all that to promote Ramp. Obviously, I think we would focus on some segments, make sure that our audience is correct first and foremost, and then for 2025, we've got a couple of new channels. I'm looking at direct mail and a couple of, I won't call them unusual, but I guess unused channels that to try to shake things up a little bit. I think email is a little bit almost useless at this point. Same thing with, starting campaigns with webinars. I think we've learned that we can execute webinars, but it takes some ramp up time. We can't really just start with a webinar. So trying to drop a couple of those things that aren't working so well and trying to shift to things that are. And I guess, go ahead.
What have you seen perform well?
Our process, we've had some luck with case studies and third-party validation. We've had some luck with our live events as well, sponsoring some of the live events. Our process, regardless of the campaign, whether it be paid, digital, or email, we also have a harvesting process where we'll pull opens and clicks, and I'll create some secondary funnels where we might drop some secondary or even third level messaging to those folks who are interacting with the content. And then we'll have the SDRs also dial out to harvest. So that it seems to work. I mean, in marketing, it works until it doesn't, but fairly consistently we're able to get some traction just depending on the topic.
Okay. And for the broader group too, I know you were talking a little bit this morning, I think, about like the API integration. Yeah. What's the timeline, the details on that? Just like wrap my head around it.
I think that we have to figure out a couple questions internally there. So to be honest, there's already an integration live right now. It's we demo to a customer on Monday that could be listed. in the App Center and marketed to other customers. So it's more an
Yeah.
internal question of like, how do we want to approach it?
Yeah, because I'm kind of thinking around like, what is our joint offering together that we want to educate our audience on? I think it's probably a technology and a service sort of joint message around Ramp that we want to try to get in front of our joint customers. Interesting that you mentioned, Nathan, that webinars seem to have some diminishing returns, or at least you don't want to start with them. We've seen a lot of success with webinars on our end. Kristen on our side, who kind of runs it, like she's got a pretty well-oiled machine for like getting attendance and running them. But that typically seems to be a good format for us in terms of getting a message in front of an audience and pushing them to do some action.
We're certainly open.
I think
we're open to that. I'd like to learn from you guys.
Yeah, I think before you joined too, Nathan, we're saying like let's try like maybe 2 or 3 like lightweight things that we could kind of roll out and test together to see how they work, either by taking a page from your existing book and what's already successful and resonating, and we can kind of meet you where you are, or thinking of something lightweight but relatively net new that might resonate with our joint audience and kind of roll it out. I think, like, generally speaking, like, when it comes to stuff around a joint solution that's between us and like a services partner, I think a webinar is a very good format to do it. Like, Ramp's very visual. You can kind of talk to it. You can get a couple people talking about like what does financial operations transformation mean at some high level. So like, to me, I think a webinar could be an interesting format to at least experiment with, to talk about the joint offering. So I'd be willing to kind of explore what that might look like in the next quarter if you guys want to start there.
Yeah, I mean, I think again we're great at the content. We've come up with the format. It's helping drive viewers to the webinar, right? I mean, if there's a method you guys use that you see success with, we want to know about it, because I mean, again, we have the contacts, we have the emails, we've got the relationship, but historically we just haven't had much luck with it. So.
And is it driving people towards it? You're saying driving people towards attendance. You said like emails starting to show some diminishing returns. Like, it's the channels to get them to the webinar seem to be falling a little bit short.
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
So if you guys have a method or a way to help drive it, and then that would be the experiment, in my opinion. It's like,
Do you guys actually do a live webinar, or do you drive people to a canned webinar at the time that
we do live ones? We do live ones. We've got like a whole schedule of like upcoming webinars that people can attend live. So they have a whole calendar of running it at a given point. Our email has been pretty effective to date. I think we've got it down to a pretty good science. So it might be a matter too of us just kind of taking a look at what your comms have been in the past. If we're going to be promoting a joint solution too, like we might want to ingest some of the Ramp kind of strategy into it as well. So we could always kind of meet you where you are too, to see if we can kind of drum up attendance from your side if we're going to market together here. So
just to throw out like a specific idea, like with what we've already built, if we were going to market that, like we would. The big theme of the problem that we're solving is reconciliation. So like that would be the theme, like Ramp plus Intact, like reconciliation. So that's going to draw a much broader audience to the table, because at least 70 to 80% of our customers currently ask about that problem. So maybe like it's not like we're highlighting like such a specific technology, but like Ramp tends to highlight like higher level problems that will draw in a broader audience than just the people looking for that specific thing. And as a result, like, we'll get that audience.
Yeah, I would echo, it's the pain-based draw that gets a much better response. So there's the educational component of it, which people certainly can relate to, but when you have a specific directive that is pain-based, like we were describing earlier in terms of stack ranking, where we want to go to market more effectively, there may be a way to align those two strategies together and keep it really simple. So even if the audience, I'll do bunny ears, the audience is smaller perhaps in terms of initial attendance to a specific pain-based, content set like that, right? We also can repurpose it. I don't want to speak for Al, but we can repurpose it as we go back to market against that specific pain point, and it's evergreen for 10, 24, 48 months, whatever it is, that we can then again repeat that process for scale.
You're stealing my thunder, Barrett. Come on, let's
come out of my face.
And how long does it usually take from inception to actually run the webinar, in your opinion? I mean, working with other partners, I'm just curious, like effort, time.
I mean, it depends on a number of factors: who hosts, who builds the content. We move fast at Ramp, and we got a bunch of content that's already hanging around. I think because it is a joint offering where we're going to need to be like 50-50 on like, you bring your side to the table and your narrative, we bring it together. Like, it's kind of contingent on who we partner with in terms of how fast we can move. But this is something where, we sit down, we scope it out, we get on a call with marketing folks on your side, and just kind of figure out the work back schedule from it. But to answer your question more directly, like, we could ship a webinar within a month, lead up time to do invites, registration, etc. Like, if we wanted to run a webinar in early December, like we could obviously execute on that. But I think for us, because this will be the first time doing it, we need to kind of work together on it. It would probably take a little bit longer, a month and a half, 2 months, but we can kind of figure out the right approach.
Okay, yeah, I definitely I'll coordinate a call with the Cherry Becker. Well, Nathan,
That'd be great.
if you can, I don't want to steal your thunder. But
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
And I have an alliance marketer starting actually next Tuesday on my team, so she'll be ramped up, and I'll put her as sort of the main POC to help support this as well. So timing works out pretty well here if we want to, run an experiment on doing something here.
Yeah, and I think in terms of speed, like we'd love to just grab the content y'all have. We'll add ours, but just start with here's already stuff that you prefab that we can reuse.
The website stuff, Nathan. We need to put a landing page on our website.
Yeah, I would have that as part of it too, because it's like you have the webinar with the call to action at the end of it. Like, you would want to check out Ramp if you haven't seen us yet. You want to check out Her, like whatever you're offering it. So we want to create that right journey afterwards too. So, shipping a webinar is relatively easy, but then the devil's in the details with like, what's the destination afterwards? How do we make sure that those resources are live, etc.? Which is why I wanted to buffer like a couple more weeks.
Yeah.
A month commitment, right?
Yeah.
And just a nuance, Al, just so you're aware. So Kerr, I might have said this earlier, but Kerr got acquired by Cherry Becker. Cherry Becker is an accounting firm that is already working with Shadi on marketing events. So when we're talking about just we're already reproducing content. Like, we're not even remaking the wheel on some of the initiatives. It's just a matter of like how you guys want to brand it and stuff like that, right? It's already there. I think
eventually it will be all Cherry Becker, right? So,
but for right now, and that'll be a.
But we will drive. So within Cherry Becker, there's like almost like two groups, right? One is the accounting practice,
right,
which is the audit and the other stuff, and the advisory is where we are under. So which is where the digital, the ERPs, technology, outsourcing, everything is on our side.
Yeah.
So, but Mitch's, you met Mitch, right?
He mentioned the name. I've not met him yet.
Mitch is basically heads up our division that we are under, and he's very excited, and he wanted to make sure that that we are working towards putting everything together, basically.
So you got joint marketing, actually 3 marketing people, Al plus the new one and Shadi, all supporting.
It's good. And Shadi's on my team too, so that's great. Everybody's locked up. So I know we have like 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
I think it'd be helpful introduce the marketing folks over there, so we can kind of just kick off scoping this out. My new marketer will start next Tuesday, so I'll loop her into the fold as well. So if we could have a call maybe late next week, that's probably a good time to kick it off. Probably run it up a little close to like the December holidays, so we'll kind of play it by ear in terms of timing and what makes sense. Obviously we want to get the biggest bang as we do this, so if it looks like we're running up until late December, we might just do like early January or something. But I think once we start scoping it out, we'll have a clearer picture of how we want to do this and when.
What about our client list? Is this the time to talk about it?
Kind of, yes. I mean, Al, I know we got 2 minutes here, but we were kind of like playing around with the idea of the 3,000 client list that Dan had sent over to us, like looking at that how do we segment it out? How do we appropriately market it? It might make sense for us to set up, now that we are putting faces to names, why don't we set up 30 minutes after, just because I know we had a hard stop.
Yeah. That's
Kevin, did you have something?
Quick question. Is it possible to hold any event here here.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I mean,
that,
that's
you
something
haven't
also
even,
I
haven't
can
even
I can
joined
arrange
the
too.
scene.
There's a
Yeah,
there's a
whole
space
event
downstairs.
Okay,
space down-
okay.
down
I mean,
there.
that's definitely I can arrange it too. I mean,
Yes.
to introduce Ram, Cure together. I can
It's
invite.
I'll show you the event
affiliates.
space when you leave. It's
Okay.
It's set up for that.
Yeah, definitely. I
That's
can
great.
I can use the network that I have here locally as well. So that may
Amazing.
also help us.
So there's another avenue. Al, I know you have a hard stop. Thank you so much for joining.
You got it.
We will throw your new
Joint webinar. We'll connect with the marketing folks. We'll scope it out.
Yep.
What's the best way, like, to keep the? Should we just go through you, Eric,
Yes,
to kind of keep
right now.
the
Right now.
touch points going?
Yeah, right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, all
Cool.
right.
Al,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you all. Nice to
Barry-
meet you all. Looking
Yep.
forward to working together.
Thank you.
Barry, feel free to stay on because we're gonna have Mark
Yeah, I agree.
and Manny are both gonna join. We're shifting the schedule around, so now we're gonna have. I got these guys just back to back.
This is awesome. It's
You're
good.
doing great.
So now, so Mark will be joining, head of channel sales, along with the head of sales. So kind of what their joint viewpoint and vision is of
Right.
their own channel. That's Michael, Manny, and Mark. But from a marketing perspective, I think when we first got that list of 3,000, like I've said, it was kind of like, what do we want to do with this? Because the splash of email campaign is going to be different for everyone, right? Like, or should we all be sending the same message? Hey, this is a ramp, and are we saying this is ramp with Sage 300, or is this ramp with Sage 100? So it's a matter of just like how do we kind of chip away at that and like actually make it. Yeah, go ahead, Bart.
I didn't make a job. I think it's an important designation. Like, first off, thank you guys for the faith, obviously the gesture of sharing that list. But our intent would be to be very specific in the way that we attack that with you and for you, so that we're not just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping a bunch of people raise their hand. That's a valuable group of individuals that we can together add real value to, specifically around, to Eric's point, focused approach, focused language, focused go-to-market. So I think a separate session makes sense where we can spend a little bit of time understanding what's in there in terms of insight, what data we have into those customers, so we can segment, so we can be specific in the go-to-market language, and we can sort of attack that problem together. We can pause for now, Mark's here, but I think that's a good takeaway for us all to work on.
Cool.
No,
No,
you're the
I
boss.
absolutely, yeah.
Keep firing away.
What's up, gents?
Oh, hanging in there. Talk about taking the air out of the room.
They haven't had time to breathe. We've had meetings since 8 o'clock to right now. So it's just
Do we need to take a breath?
Yeah.
Let's do
I got him a bio.
Yeah, we had a high
Fly all the way up
performance
here,
team.
like you just stick them in a coffin.
Ramp speed. Ramp speed.
You got the top of the.
I know. See, is that the
Spire view?
Yeah, we got.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go. Empire State Building.
Not
Yep.
that end of the table.
There you go. No, it's been good. So just to recap kind of where we're at for the day. So you got to give background.
So
Yeah.
is the better way? So I know Manny's also coming in.
Yep.
Do you guys want to finish this
The mark
thread so we don't have to do that twice?
The last thing that we had on this thread was, and maybe you can help us understand this and give your insight, the 3,000 customer client list, right? Like how do we
Sign 'em up,
go,
baby.
how do we
That's what we're saying.
yeah, how do we approach that?
What's the hold up?
Yeah, how do we approach
tell
that
us.
and really, market that with effectiveness rather than just, calling down on them, getting our PDRs on them. What is that? What are your thoughts there? And Manny will have his opinion. Take all both of you guys.
Hey, how are you? Likewise.
We're looking our chops for a list of 3,000 clients.
Yes, Manny. Just so you're aware, the comment we're talking about right now
How's it going?
is
To meet everyone.
Hey,
Michael, Brian,
Yes.
say hi to everyone. Hi, how's it going?
Okay.
head of sales, head of channel sales. So, Michael Manny.
I walked in 30 seconds before.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, right.
So we were going to do intros, and I was like, wait, if.
Yeah.
Now you guys can do intros, and we can get off. Manny, if you want to.
Hi, nice to meet everyone. I'm Michael. I've been at Ramp for about 2 years. I lead the sales function, direct sellers, and a variety of a couple other sales. And I'm based here in New York City.
Pleasure.
Yeah, pleasure to see everybody. Thanks for making the trip. Where all did we travel from? Houston?
Most of
Houston,
us
Houston,
Charleston.
I was going to ask that.
Austin.
Charleston.
Charleston?
Yep.
Nice.
Wow.
Locally
Nice.
here, New York.
Look at
All
here.
right.
Awesome.
And we should
And
get
then
the cars. We should
Houston.
touch. Yeah.
Houston. Nice. Gotcha. Very good.
Kevin's
Thanks.
already asking, can you use the event space for a Kerr event? I said,
Yeah,
we want to host more of it.
Okay, minimize some prospects and
You
see
got
the
it.
potential.
Yeah, we love hosting things.
Okay,
especially
perfect.
Near to our heart. Anything for
Yeah, let's
partners or
explore
New York
more.
City based.
It
That's
does
part of
us
why we
no
have-
good between 6 p.m. and midnight.
I like that.
There you go.
We do have a lot of things going on here, but most of it, so we got on the calendar early. But yeah, it's a busy place for sure. We would love to host it.
Okay, sounds good. Let's cooperate.
Yeah,
or morning between 7 a.m.
Yeah.
and 8:30. It's a ghost town around here.
Nobody's at the office.
8:30. What are you talking about? 10:30.
We walked in. I was
Usually
like,
like, you're, I was like, no, this floor is just quiet. Our
Yeah.
floor is bumped by you.
Gotcha.
Kerr team, you guys want to briefly do an introduction of yourself?
This is Corey Oskert. I'm the CEO, CTO of Kerr Legacy, now partner at Cherry Bekaert. So,
Dan Krishman historically ran the Sage Intacct practice at Kerr, grew that, and now trying to do the same thing with Ramp.
Nice. Awesome.
Paul White. I head up our client success activities.
Okay, nice.
Kevin Deveji, product lead for Anywhere Apps. These are standalone software systems that we offer to various clients. Also, they were integrated with Sage products such as CRM, workflow management.
So this is
compliance
you
management.
building an add-on app to Sage because Sage doesn't do X, Y, and Z, and you got a client that needs it to do that, and
Correct.
you'll build that add-on and either do it just for that client or hopefully sell it to a bunch more Sage
Correct.
clients.
It works standalone as well, so we have a lot of options.
Awesome. Yeah, I would love to just like get a sense of just like how you think about building that because
Okay.
we are at the I don't even know if we're at step one of that, but like we need to get to a world in which we have folks like you that are building apps for us, but on top of Ramp because at the end of the day, and this is us learning as a product org, like we've been a direct selling team and a direct product team. Now we need to go through that transition to actually figure out how to actually like behave as a really great ecosystem partner, partly getting alignment with the product team to say, hey guys, like if the Kerr team goes and builds X, Y, and Z, we're not going to go do that same thing in 6 months, right? Right?
We just
Right?
talked about it.
that's exactly right. That's what we talked about earlier today. So.
Right.
Hey,
Brian.
Brian Bentley. I do a lot of Intacct implementations with Kerr. Also, I'm helping on the CX side with Ramp to troubleshoot some of the more specific Sage Intacct tickets.
And you got a great shirt.
Thank you. I do it myself.
You all, I've seen you repeatedly in the last few years at Sage. Are you exclusively a Sage shop, or do you all have?
We are, so before the acquisition of Cherry Bekaert, we were the largest Sage-only partner in US. Because all our competitors, they do other products too.
Yeah.
Kerr, we are Sage.
You're single thread.
So we do pretty much all the Sage products except Sage 50. We have an affiliate that helps with that, but we do touch all the Sage. So we are very large in Sage world.
And we've got Nathan too.
Yeah, let's not.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
What's that?
He's on the computer.
We didn't want to leave you out, Nathan. I like the
appreciate it,
background
guys.
too. You're on brand.
He's very chill.
Where's Nathan at?
I'm in Southeast Texas near Houston.
Nice.
So
Yeah, I'm the sales and marketing officer. It's great to meet you guys.
You guys near Cyprus?
No, we are actually we are in the main office is in the Woodlands area, but
Woodlands is up north, right?
Yeah, it's like maybe 30 minutes to Cyprus. So, but Dan lives more like closer to downtown area, right, or Galleria.
That's awesome.
And Nathan lives south, like Baytown, closer to that area.
Nathan lives where the hurricanes always hit.
Yeah.
He always gives
from
us.
Houston and no one's from Katy. I think that's
Yeah,
Like,
Katie's.
the only place.
Katie folks.
My head of sales.
Oh really? Yeah, we have employees like all around Houston, and I mean our office is just like a hub.
And I've been on a phone call when that hurricane hit. You're like, Eric, I have no power. My shower's not working. Can I come in?
I know.
So
You also run very independent within Cherry Bekaert, or like how?
Yeah, right now we are still like fairly independent, and we'll stay like it for a while. But I mean, of course, we are taking steps towards integration, and certainly they are very vested in like the Ramp relationship for sure. So together, I think.
Corey was just mentioning though that, and correct me if I'm wrong, like Cherry Bekaert will stay as like that CAS offering that the accounting and tax, where you guys will come in as the advisory service.
Which we have like, and they're actually doing some rebrand. I mean, not rebranding, but there's gonna be a new Cherry Bekaert side. That's gonna be more like technology focused. Like I mean, it's gonna bring, and they just acquired a large Dynamics partner too.
So they're just building a whole tech side.
Yeah, so they are really
Okay.
investing in the tech side. We call it like advisory, digital, which includes outsourcing and technology.
Yeah, it fills out the trusted business advisor.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So real quick, Manny and Mark, since we got like 20 minutes, let's split it down the middle, like kind of like where we see.
And I can be flexible if we
Manny, like just so you're aware, before you were in, we had Teddy and Vickers come in around building integrations for Sage 300, 100, and all the Sage products.
Right, people. Are we gonna have you guys build those? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, I mean that's the idea. Is like, how do we work with them to help your team go to market faster, quicker, better, right, from the net new business side on that kind of approach? And where do you see partners help with that?
Yeah, I think, that's more about learning more about, I mean, I know that they're a big Sage shop, but we've been very successful with Sage in general. They're second largest ERP, although probably could potentially pass NetSuite as far as number of customers using it. Best way to go to market would probably be to learn more about how their org works, and whether it's regionally, geographically. I know many of the accounting firms. I'm curious how Kurt's set up. But in general, we have, a huge focus on moving up market. We now have 400 customers, over 1,000 employees. We have 5,000, between 100 and 1,000, so we do really well there. And we have essentially, over the past few years, become one of the standards, you would say the standard, in spend management. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And then I think we've talked about this for a while, but we haven't really been very successful. We do have a large interest from our customers in like add-on, ongoing maintenance services help. My general feelings, having spent time in HR payroll for over a decade, is like you kind of need to bundle these things together because people don't really want to use 2 or 3 different firms in the back office. Yeah. So I think as much as like that's possible to bundle in, I've mentioned to folks previously, like, hey, we'll support Sage and Ramp for some additional amount or some additional hours. Like we are definitely in need of advanced support, you would say. We do not benefit of having 25,000 plus customers. We have a lot of them. We just can't get to all of them, especially the larger ones who have more custom needs or apps on top of it or additional coding. So I think that's another way that we can probably help each other a lot is introduce you. We do have 2,000 plus Sage customers now.
That was the time.
Does that help?
Yeah. I mean, we were literally talking about support and how they sell packages for like the integration, right? Like, hey, if they're going to build the integration in Sage 300, it's like a flat fee, done. We support it, and for 1 year.
I'm wondering, even from like a technical perspective, if they can, talk about like the customer experience from one side, right? Okay, do they go to the Kerr support portal? Do they go to your portal, right? Could they get to the Kerr support portal or somehow to Kerr through you, right? That's something to think about. I mean,
part of that depends on like how we papered that arrangement, right? Like if that's a case where like, we bring Kerr in to actually like be the face with the customer, that kind of guides the engagement model from that. On the flip side, if it's something where it's like somebody, if the customer is, used to coming to Ramp and then we engage Kerr, we've kind of done the latter.
I'll be honest, it's been super challenging. We are by far the fastest. I'm not going to put our team on the spot. We are the fastest responders in history. We have just fallen flat every time we send them to somebody. They're like, well, faster some resolution just coming to you all. That is, frankly, just to be transparent, the rub is like, we would love for tickets to get diverted by going to partners. That involves the customer going to the partner, not to us. Usually we're not going to be a group who's like, sorry to speak ill of Oracle or other people.
No.
Oh, we won't answer you for 9 days. Like they're going to get back to it and just file through tickets. So frankly, would love to make that work. It's up to how fast. It's like running. It's like going outside and running a race. Like if you can run faster and answer those questions and deflect them, we would incentivize partners. We would push more people to them. We have not been as successful in that, partially because Ramp in and of itself needs to be usually grouped in with the ERP, and they need to already be paying for that level of support, frankly, or else they're like, I kind of just get it, but would love to think through it.
Yeah, I'd love to, because there's somewhat of a model with what Brian's doing, right? I mean,
Yeah. Do your customers come to you, not us?
No, he's working as CX on Ramp support.
Oh, you're working on okay. Well, that has been something that so I didn't know that. Okay, so we have done that substitute model, but like the reality is once you add a whole cost on top of it, like we are working to do less of those in an effort to get people to do the other way. But like again, it's usually.
Yeah, we should brainstorm.
It's a little bit of
on
a chicken and egg debate. It's like, hey, the customer's like, why would I change this up? It's going great for me. It costs me nothing, and I get really fast support. So,
I guess overall goal here is like, let's say Sage, right? For the Sage ERP, let's say product lines that we cover most of them. Are you guys looking at like a relationship where we could become the initial support for the Sage related integrations and support side type of? I mean, I'm just thinking in
Support
terms
is
of,
still, I think, a little bit of a TBD.
Right,
I think there's a question of like, there's support.
Right.
There's tech. There's like setup and
yeah,
onboarding
I'm
and
more
implementation.
like going into more like either configuration or like functional related
Yeah.
support where we just talk about that, right? Is this some ticket comes in? Is this an ERP issue? Is it a ramp issue, or is this an integration issue, right? I mean, maybe you filter that and then you can route that, right? So I don't know. In my opinion, just to not confuse customers, if you had built like some sort of a support portal that can route, like if we work under like you guys, let's say we are servicing the ERP support side. I don't know. I mean, that
I think over
from
time,
a
the better thing is
visibility,
going to be more
right?
traditional VAR-like stuff. You're going to sell it and implement it and set it up.
Right.
And you're going to sell them a package ongoing and say, like, yes, I can go to ramp for
Yeah.
advanced
Oh,
things,
yeah.
but I'm just being realistic based on my
Yeah.
very few years of experience. I think, like, you doing all outs of one, we have a lot of ERP issues. Is it the ERP or is it with ramp? But if you guys work with the customers first and they're already used to it,
Right.
and they're getting, that is usually the ideal, is like,
Yeah.
that is probably over time.
Mhm.
The other
That'll-
option,
yeah.
the other
So
option
how
we
you
would
guys are
have
doing
to
it with
frankly make
Sage?
this happen a lot faster.
Well,
is
that's
start
it.
charging people and tell them, no, what you can do what Workday does, which is like literally, I'm going to give you a bill so high that you don't call me.
Yeah,
that you
right.
call our
Yeah,
client.
exactly.
So like,
Sage, we
that's,
work
I'm
it.
just, you're laughing. Like that's the other option that we might eventually
No, that's
call.
real.
And
That's-
just say
that's
like,
kinda
yeah, it's
why
$1
I'm
million.
chuckling.
I'm not paying that. Great. Then talk to our friends. They'll do it for less. And so like, we haven't gotten there yet. You're catching me. Clearly, I'm very off the cuff and authentic.
No.
We have to do that at some point. Because like we can't, but I think like with Sage in particular, NetSuite and Oracle it's easier and Workday. But like with Sage, it's a little bit of a tweener. But I think over time we would like that. Part of why we've integrated is like, hi, meet them. They're going to do a better job, and you're complex enough.
Right.
It's a question of the willingness to pay and how advanced are they.
Right.
That's why if they're already paying for you all on Sage, and I've always said this to folks, my vision would be like, hi, it's $2,000 a month, but it's $2,500 a month, and you get ramp included or whatever, and then you get those faster. But I think people need it. It's a question of the willingness to pay it. What are they used to doing for support today?
Yeah, so I'll tell you on the Intact side, it's kind of interesting. Intact, we have our own Intact customers. We sold them the system.
Right.
We implemented it. We support them, of course,
Yep.
right? Then we have clients that we implement on behalf of Sage Intact. So they sell the deal, we implement.
Yep.
And it's a hybrid approach. It's whether they want to continue getting support through us or do they get free support through Sage.
And that's what we would like
Oftentimes,
to
though,
offer to do. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
oftentimes.
usually that's you do the basic stuff through
Exactly.
Sage, but
Yeah,
like
and
as
they
soon as it
almost
gets to
always
something
come back.
interesting,
Yeah.
then it
They
comes
come-
to you.
And that's where we would love to, that we're going to start saying, I think, no. I would like us to start saying no to more complex stuff, which is the goal of, frankly, Gabriel and Eric are integral in this, and say, like, hey, our partners are going to build you a much better experience. They're going to be able to custom requirements, whether it's nonprofit related, grant funded, whatever it is, and it fits in with their other tools, if they use other Sage add-ons. There's probably some trigger you all have for, like, do they use other add-ons or things like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I
Need to consider all
that's
that.
a huge opportunity, like you said. in town.
So something that we're gonna release, like hopefully by the end of the week, is just how the communications are gonna work to say no. And what I talked to Patrick about is like there's two places where we want to say no.
I wouldn't
We
say
want-
no. I would say this is a question that goes there. This is a question that goes there.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not saying no to anybody.
Right. So the first is as early as possible before once they've already started engaging, they've like talked to Brian. There's like things that are happening. It's very hard to say we're not going to support you anymore, even though we've already spent like an hour, 2 hours with you. So we want to first allow them to opt out very early on. So there's like a message that says, hey, you filed this ticket, like, did you know that we have a whole set of partners who are able to help with this? Or you can contact ERP support. Do you know this? Do you still want Ramp to help? So they can, at that point, they have to opt in to Ramp. This is just an early version of that. Very easy to like train CX, have them opt in. And then the second thing we want to launch is post mortem looking at you filed 8 tickets in last month.
Bingo. There
And
it is.
that
New
is where
courthouse.
we start to actually
We
say.
need to proactively go to them. That's
But it happens like
Is this
before
how the
or
Sage
after.
practice, the intact practice works for that second bucket you talked about?
In terms of
Like,
volume,
let's not reinvent the wheel here. Like,
Yeah.
if you guys have a thing that works here. Like, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
yeah,
6
for sure.
tickets.
How does it work for the people they sell? I know there's not as many because they do a lot of resellers, but like if
Right.
they sell it and then hand it to you like we would do, which is because we have the underwriting question, which we can talk about why we don't do resellers.
well, I mean, for them, we'll usually sell them some sort of either just ongoing services contract or
That's what I
support
thought.
contract.
That's
Yeah.
what we need. If they
Yeah.
have that, it's like
It's like an ACS sell.
Yeah, but a lot of that comes out of because we built trust during the implementation, and they
Yeah.
just don't want to deal with anybody else, right? Like,
That
You're
is
just,
what we
you
would
just
like.
become the
Someone's
natural
familiar with the
go-to.
product.
Like,
Yeah,
I
we're
know
the natural.
somebody
It's
that
just
I-
it's I'm used to dealing with
Yeah.
Bob, and Bob, helps me.
Sure.
I mean, that's the goal, right?
I think the looking at how many people have submitted X or
It's
Sage
easy for
tickets,
us to
that's
do
what I'm
that.
saying.
Follow
We would have
up,
a group and
introduce
category of
people.
this, and that's where you have to have a real conversation. Like, we are happy to continue supporting you. The response times are going to get slow at this volume. You need to make the good partner recommendation. Just like, hi, it would benefit your business at this point to group it, do an evaluation, and talk to our friends at Kerr about supporting both this
Yeah.
and Sage.
And we were talking about SLAs, and I think the one
I don't
thing
know how
I
many
said
there are.
earlier was ERP support is slower just across the board. Ramp runs at ramp speed on support. I'm not saying it's great, but I'm just saying like the expectation is that we have a higher expectation of ourselves than like the customer may have on a workday support ticket that's going to take 3 days.
That's one thing we might reply quickly, but we might actually not have
Solve
to
it.
answer.
That's the
Yeah,
question.
right.
What we've noticed from your
Sometimes you
tickets,
solve.
they're so complex, and you are at that level. You're right that like you're
Then
not
they
getting
can
the
be
result.
visible
We're answering quickly, but we're not resolving it that quickly.
Right.
We have to look. At, I don't know enough about the data.
Can we switch gears and talk about the 3000?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
context, Dan was just like, look, here's our clients. Here's 3,000 clients. Let's go after them. And that's where we're at. I mean, I think the biggest thing that we were trying to identify is like, how do we chip away at that in a
We have a
logical
list of
way?
3,000 clients that you have sold Sage Intacct to, that you have some type of a
Sage-
relationship.
Sage
you
or
have a
Sage-
relationship.
yeah, we have a
with.
relationship there.
And we're saying, hey, these are, some large portion of these are a potentially good fit for Ramp.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do now?
Right.
Can I ask, what do you do today? How many of your 3,000 estimated use Ramp? What else?
We have no clue.
We haven't done a crossbeam yet, but we need to.
We have no clue. We're finding
Are you
out
guys
more
on
and more.
Crossbeam?
Man.
They're
Well,
just
yeah,
starting.
we were
Wow,
just
that's
talking
how we
about
work together gets way easier.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
that
Well, I
today.
mean, but here's the thing: as
Here's
so,
Logan. I'm just going to
Paul-
send that with Logan.
Paul's been digging in more and more into our client base, and we're finding Ramp freaking everywhere. I mean, literally just, oh, you're on Ramp,
Yep.
So you guys have done a great job selling into our customer base without us knowing, right?
Joe
So
gives me credit for a product and a
We got-
business
we
of
got
which
an
I had
aggressive-
I had a marginal
aggressive
impact
person
on both, but
Yeah.
however, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's why
And
I'm
the
asking.
thing is,
I was asking that leading question.
usually customers go outside and look for. I mean, we don't have.
yeah, I mean, I think
Full
it's
control over
just
customers,
being
I
everywhere at all times, right? So yeah, I mean, in some ways, our customers sometimes look at us as, oh, this is just these are our ERP implementation, but they don't know anything about Ramp. All the marketing awareness, okay, that's going to bring that up. That's going to hopefully solve that problem.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah,
Right. So that's the perception I work on changing, frankly.
yes.
And what do we need to change that perception? Is that we need just like the standard, we need some case studies, we need some good examples of, clients of yours that have
All of the
used
above.
Ramp and Sage together, and we just need to
Yeah.
part of me is like, this is not a complex
not.
conversation. This is hey guys, this is a marketing initiative, a marketing campaign where we are going to say, okay, cool, like you have a certain volume of clients that we're going to go after. What we should go is, let's do some analysis and find out who are the ones that are already successfully implementing, both with you and with Ramp. Let's go grab 1 or 2 case studies out of that group, and then use that to go tell the story to the rest of your client base. And then the question is like, what's the offer we're going to market with? Is it,
Right.
are we just selling Ramp? Well, that's actually really interesting for us. It's not all that interesting for you. I think it'd be more of like, how do we get your clients on Ramp and then start to sell one of those service packages? Okay, great. Like now you can buy Ramp and, buy this Kerr consulting package where we're actually going to come in, set it up, etc. Stop me if I'm wrong.
Well,
Like, I
the
think
benefit
that's-
for us is every time we add something other than the ERP subscription to the client base, it does two things. A, it makes the customer stickier.
Yeah.
B, it gives us an opportunity to say
Even
we
if it
did a
doesn't
good
help-
job here.
If there's no services, you're like, I'm keeping the revenue. From
That's
the other
right.
one.
But it then leads to another one, and that's what we see. I mean, some of the ones that you guys are seeing, you're the second, third, fourth add-on we've done in 6 months because
Do you
it builds
have
momentum.
that in your CRM of like, hey, we've already upsold them like 2
Yeah,
things,
we're working
so like
on it.
they're primed for 3, 4, 5. Like,
It's the standard CRM answer. We're working on it.
What are you guys on? Salesforce, HubSpot?
We're actually
Nothing?
on Microsoft.
Okay, gotcha.
Where are the other most popular add-ons or other partners? I know Sage is a big part of your business, which I understand. But what are
It,
other apps?
it depends on the client.
And
Really.
what is is there
So-
anything else that you have that comes up frequently?
Um,
I'll give you
so-
an example. Like NetSuite Avalara comes up a ton.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, by the way.
Avalara is
I'll
a
lead
big
the
one.
witness. There you go. There's an
ADP,
ADP.
Avalara.
Okay, there we go.
Avalara.
Okay.
Yeah,
those
or another
two.
payroll provider. There's a couple of them.
Who else?
I
It
mean, like,
depends on now it gets in industry specifics.
Yeah.
So and whether they want to do it in-sourced or outsourced. So there's
Tell us about the ADP.
Yeah, do you offer outsourced payroll support?
we add ADP to their Sage subscription.
So they would have already. Okay. Because I mean,
We
like,
have
we
a good
also
amount of
have
ADP.
partnership with ADP, right? And so
Yeah.
like this is one of
You
these things
do.
where it's like this is so thinking pie in the sky for a second, like the orchestration of this becomes difficult the more bodies you have in the room, but like you can think about over time, like
very
there's more
compelling.
and more interesting things if we could actually like go to market with. All right, you've got a Sage Intacct client, and like offering a complete solution to them to extend to ADP plus Ramp plus one or two other things. Like all of a sudden, like it becomes like this extremely sticky client for you all. Because we actually on our own also have these partnerships and these integrations. So like you could bring in, Ramp and ADP. Like you see where I'm going with it? Like
No,
it
absolutely.
It becomes
What's the
more of an
interaction look
orchestration
like with
problem.
Ashley? Is it Ashley DeLacy's team? Like, what does your interaction look like?
it is actually DeLacy's team, actually.
Yeah, we know
Yeah,
Ashley well.
What is the interaction look like?
When you say interaction, what do you mean? Just
We have a dedicated.
we have a dedicated sales rep that
We actually have two of them now. One of them's the total source side, and one, which is their whole benefits package.
So you have two dedicated people that you speak
Yes.
with weekly, bi-weekly?
Every other week.
I mean, it depends who. I think we're probably daily across our folks in some form or fashion, whether it's working on current deals, support for prior deals,
Whatever has worked,
whatever.
there, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Based on my
There's another side where we are just getting started with this. So like actually it would be helpful if like for us to have Kyle, like you guys just like give us some advice like how it is to actually partner and work
Should I go
with those
grab
guys.
Kyle?
With
Our head of
ADP?
HRIS partnerships, who's been here a long time and
Yeah.
helps run our partner development org, is from actually.
Well, when you
don't
partner
need me
with
right
ADP,
now, I'm
you
just-
work for
Yeah,
ADP.
no,
Right?
Yeah.
So, just so y'all know.
That's right.
Yeah, when you partner with ADP, you're a de facto employee. Right?
Yeah.
It's listen, it's a huge organization, and their integrations are compelling. They're getting much better at integrating with the ERP. Like one of the things at Kerr that we're constantly having to deal with is, okay, let's just take the AP automation slice. Well, who do I go with? Ramp, File, Expensify, right? So what we've done is we used to work with whoever, right? Now it's basically two offerings. We lead with Ramp. If Ramp doesn't work, they want to keep their card or whatever,
Right.
then it's File. Boom, those two.
File
Expense management, yeah.
FYLE.
FYLE.
Yeah, I've loosely heard of that. Okay, interesting.
Great solution, right? But their approach is like the exact opposite of Ramp, which is like bring your card, right?
And they don't do AP. So
Yeah, and then I mean, it's not true expense management, right? It's just like
it's their P.
it doesn't suck it. So, ADP, the same thing. We used to work with like 50 different payroll
That's why I
companies.
was
Now
asking
it's
that
like
question
we
of-
push ADP first. If we can't get that done,
Well, that's why I asked that leading question.
Yeah, and Avalara is another one where I mean, if I look just at kind of the Intact universe, those are the four that were
Do
really
you do anything co-marketing wise with ADP? Like, what is
Yeah,
that?
oh, yeah. They sponsor our Top Golf events and kind of we have Top Golf events. We do
anything digital.
That's
We
Nathan.
just had Mark. We just had Al on talking about webinar stuff. Just FYI, but they
Yeah,
Nathan
I've
on the-
incorporated them into my newsletter.
I'm just trying to think what's been successful for like that.
Yeah.
What so talk about like value points, right? So what's really successful is they are pushing Sage, their integration with Sage Intacct. They partner with Sage to integrate, right?
Yep.
So all that co-marketing that they're doing, we benefit from. Where I can similar to what you guys do, right? Whenever we get into a deal, ADP and Sage play well
Got it.
together.
Yeah,
So
I just wasn't
we
sure you're doing anything specific.
Yeah,
I know she's got a big team.
She does.
Growing team.
Yeah, no, they've been successful because they did what you guys are doing, which is go deep into the integration, which makes partners a lot more open to, hey,
it works well together. And they do this all the time
100%. Because then
versus-
we're the ones left holding the bag at the end.
Yeah,
of
that's,
it.
that's great.
And it's very similar, the bifurcation too. Oh, you want to do outsourced payroll? Well, let us go to ADP. You want to do in-source payroll? Now it gets a little trickier. Are you a construction company? That's one option. That kind
Oh
of
yeah,
thing.
I just wasn't sure if you had
So,
like a backup or two.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering.
Yeah, we do.
Interesting.
We do.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you all.
Thanks for coming.
too.
in, man.
Likewise.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yep.
And keep me posted on the follow-ups. Thank you for all your
And
help.
you might see them more because we'll have an event in space down there.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, there
I'm
you
here.
go.
Let me know if I can.
Yeah, we'd love to learn from you guys too. So
100%.
There's not much to learn.
yes, there is.
While we have us still here, what has your been success with Crossbeam and leveraging it? Because you guys do use it, correct? And
We
I don't know
do.
if that's
Nathan
it.
can probably.
I would
talk
love
about
them
that.
just like
Yeah.
I know it's just like, hey, it's a data aggregator.
With
and
that,
look at costs, but like, where have you really driven business across that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
We are honestly are just getting started with it.
Okay.
We're working with Avalara, but I can see obviously showing those overlaps between both just the customer base plus the opportunity base. It allows us to segment more, but honestly, we're just getting started with the Crossbeam.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the overlaps are really cool, and those of us around this table look at that and we're like, oh, that's really interesting data.
Mm-hmm.
But
What
how
do I
we
do?
how do we do
So
something
what?
with it? Yeah.
Like that's the
Yeah,
crux.
it
of it.
only
It's like,
shows you the Venn diagram where you've both been successful.
Yeah,
And so, like, job done.
yeah.
Exactly.
There we go.
We uploaded our data,
Right.
and then we go.
Well, I mean, it also shows you that where you could be successful. The challenge I've always had, and this is where I would love to sort through this, is like it's very obvious when we're talking like one of your clients. It's like, okay, cool. Like you guys have already sold Sage to this shop. Okay, cool. They're an open opportunity. They're a prospect already in our database. Okay, like we should have 2 or 3 plays that we run that says, oh, okay, like this is actually back to the 3,000 client list. It's like, okay, looks like you guys have sold these. We have an open opportunity against them. We could actually go talk to our sales rep, bring them in and say, hey, you know what? Like we already have a partner. We're trying to close this deal. Well, we have a partner who's actually been working with them for years at this point. Let's leverage that relationship to actually accelerate your deal and move faster.
Sure.
And vice versa. Like you go one layer down on the matrix, and the next one is like, okay, we just have a lead in our database. Like that's an opportunity. Sounds like you guys spent some time with Al. Like let's do some co-marketing for that bucket, and push those more your direction.
Yeah.
It's all about just like how do we leverage the relationships that you all have to help accelerate.
Sure.
I think it's a hotbed for content, right? Huge, right? So that's for at least for us to get kicked off on a lot of this is okay. Let's go look at those customers.
Yeah.
Because then we go, all right, well, we got one in construction, we got one in
Yeah.
healthcare. All right, now we've got a
Yeah.
story in each vertical we can tell. One we're excited about is the Texas CPA Society because they're a node, right?
Yeah.
They've got 8,000
That's a good
CPAs
call.
that
Yeah.
are members of that society, right? They're on Intact and on Ramp,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we're going to build a customization for them for their prepaids, right?
That was
So-
the first inbound that closes.
yeah, so they're one like I'm hot trot to get a webinar or a case study out there.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, to me, they're wearing my client success hat. There's 2 things. One of them is leveraging an existing client success story.
Yeah.
To who are all the people they're related to.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is cementing that relationship consistently
Mhm.
because we all have competitors,
Mhm.
and competitors are talking in their ears all day long,
Mhm.
and we're all really good at going and bagging the big game out there in the jungle,
Mhm.
but the farming piece is
Yep.
we all tend to lose sight of it.
Yeah.
So-
That's the multifaceted segmentation we were talking about earlier, right? Looking at both customer bases, being very intentional in terms of the better together story, the success stories we were just describing from a marketing perspective, but also empowering both sales teams to know there's certain trigger words and there's certain components that make sense for us to talk about each other more. And that's the stickiness component to your point of, EB, right? Existing business on both sides, and where we better cross-pollinate to increase both teams' stickiness and win rates, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, to me, simple. Holiday season. Send out a joint email. Thanks for being a joint customer.
Yeah.
Costs us 10 cents, right?
That's actually my question. So like,
yeah,
this is actually a really interesting conversation. Like, for me, I'd almost just like challenge us as a group is like, what are the 3 things that we could actually do between now and the end of the month that just like feel like progress?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like we can talk about these ideas literally, and then we're like, man, July 4th of July, we're 6 months have gone by. Like
Website's the first one.
Website is
like website feels like it's website feels like it's a Crossbeam hookup feels like it's let's plan some type of co-marketing webinar campaign.
Support packages.
And then we got
And then fixed support packages, yes.
And then the last thing I have is
Because we're about to launch the communication in like a week, so it's like if we could launch
who's writing
it,
these
like,
down?
yeah, we already have a
got
slide
it,
on it,
yeah.
but yeah.
So it's Crossbeam, it's webinar campaign, it's support packages.
Do you guys also do like press releases, like
And
around
then
our
implementation
partnership?
packages.
I mean, have we talked?
You said
about-
implementation
Yeah,
Does that
for
make sense?
account managers,
we do
post
a lot of
sales,
LinkedIn
upsell.
around our partnership?
They're on
Yeah,
Sage
like-
Intact.
We
We're
do
using
the
Sage Management.
equivalent, like
They
we'll do a
just
blog
want AP
post,
or
we'll do some social media
Yeah.
posts.
That
upsell,
will
and they
help,
need
you know, I mean,
implementation
we
and
have
upsell.
quite a few followers on LinkedIn.
Mhm.
I mean, we should probably like maybe emphasize.
Yep.
Strategic
What?
partner.
Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't really done the big splash where okay, cool, we're partners. But I almost think that we should do that secondary, like get enough content, the web page, like all of the funnels in place before we would do something.
That's a good point, because a lot of times those are just like, hey, these 2 logos are now like friends with each other. And then it's like, well, like, so what? Like,
Well, you do
next
go and
thing
generate
on
phone
your
calls.
you know, next.
Exactly.
All right, fine.
You generate phone calls from people you don't want to talk to.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah, so
Because now every other AP automation company calls us, right?
Yeah.
And every other,
And one
Exactly
thing,
right.
on top of the support packages, one thing I want to mention, just like making a splash in our AM team, which is our
Yeah,
account
that's I just
management
mentioned
team, is
implementation.
I was speaking with them this morning, and I have a Slack to you and Logan about this, which will be interesting, is that they're appreciative of the fact that when we do Crossbeam to identify the fact that you guys have clients that are not using Ramp Plus, meaning they're not using our Sage Intact integration, that then moves them up from Sage Free to now paying for the platform and using Sage Ramp Plus. That helps them hit their number. Because right now you can have Ramp for free.
Yeah.
Once you go to hit the integration, then they are now paying a paying customer of Ramp. And so the AM team sits there to farm Sage Intact clients that are not using that integration. So to identify the customers that you have that are using Ramp that are not using the integration, you guys can push on them, and that supports their number of moving them from Sage Free.
Yeah, so what we're going to have to do, and this is going to be, who's the Crossbeam one?
Nathan.
So Nathan, like, this is where, like,
Nathan's
it'll
getting
get a
busy.
little bit more complex with Crossbeam, because, like, what you're actually... So Crossbeam, for those... You guys used it?
Well,
we all know.
Yeah,
So, like, you know, like, there's the 3... It has lead,
Different
it has
levels.
prospects, it has opportunities, it has customers.
Yeah.
What we're actually talking about is, like, different subsets of customers, right? So what we're actually talking about is not just a Ramp customer, but it's a Ramp customer that meets X, Y, and Z criteria. They use it. Yeah, they use these products on our side. They use these products on that side. And so, like, that's actually the place. So, like, that's where we have to, like, get smart about, like, the populations that we set up, but
We can figure
solve
Just something to-
problems, right?
Yeah.
Like,
We've kind of done we've done that a little bit with Avalera, for instance. So
Okay, good.
I don't have all of the customers in that population group, right? I've actually segmented it before I connected it up using those filters. So
Okay. Yeah. I was literally just working
And
on
one-
our filters over there, like an hour ago. So,
But
we need to figure out how to get our data out of Salesforce and into Crossmove. Like that status wise, where we're at is like I've hooked up the sync, and then I set it up, and between us friends, like I blew through our API calls doing the first sync. It's like, all right, like let me just bring in the troops into
He
this.
loves this stuff. Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
right on.
I know Mark's a little bit over time on his side. Any other questions for him? We've got about 15-minute break before we get with Patrick Crosswhite, so we can maybe do a recap on everything. But
cool. That's awesome. Just really appreciate you guys making the trip. It's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
No,
really
thank
excited
you.
for this partnership. Really excited for us to just, keep going fast. Like next time we'll come to you in Houston.
Yeah.
And we'll.
Now's a good-
Actually,
now's a
I
good
don't know. This
Actually,
is the time
Dan-
to come to Houston. Like
Yes.
I don't want to be going to Houston in July.
Yeah, no.
now's a good time to go.
It feels like this in Houston.
Let's go to Colorado in July.
Let's go to Colorado.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be coming to me. I'm in Salt Lake, so
Okay.
I'll have you
There
to me
you
in
go.
July.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm in Salt Lake, so I actually have got a flight here in a few hours, but yeah, or we go to Denver. Yeah,
There you
Denver.
go. I don't care.
Denver.
Hey, Colorado,
Then we
the
got
Colorado
wingsuit.
Rim Fest is in July. So.
All right, dude.
Oh yeah.
I'll hop up. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys making the trip, and great meeting you all.
Cool. Thanks for coming.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll chat
thanks.
soon.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cool. I think we got about 20 minutes. I know we just heard a lot, so we can just start spewing ideas. But I think there's a lot that's come out of it,
Yeah.
right? Like I think,
That's good.
would love your guys' feedback on Surge's, or sorry, not Surge. I keep saying Surge. Teddy and Mark, Barrett. Feel free if you want to stay on or jump. Like it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm good for 15 more.
Yeah. Okay. Would love your feedback on that call, like meeting with Teddy and them. Just like how you might perceive it. I know it's just came off of it, but like I think there's a huge opportunity there to build those integrations and like expand through marketing to that customer base. Sage 100.
Yeah, I think once we identify, step one is identify which one we go after. Step two, get together with y'all's team to identify what's the best way to build the integration, at least an MVP. What do we go after, right? And that's working with you. And then at the same time, maybe find a test bed of customers we can start testing this on so that we get to a point where we've tested it enough. And at that point, start working on some marketing content to get it out there. I don't know what y'all's ethos is on releasing new integrations, feature sets, etc. I know Sage's. I'm not crazy. Sage will literally create a marketing campaign before they even have an integration. They're just like, it's like.
Do they have any kind of product?
If it's not on the roadmap, the likelihood that it gets done in 6 months is like almost zero, like if not zero. And I would even argue that the likelihood that it gets done within a year is close to zero, because right now our API team is prioritizing platform gaps ahead of net new integrations. Like that's where we're going. There's really, if you looked at we can probably share our roadmap, I think would be fine, but there's like 2 or 3 on there, and then there's like 70 platform improvements. So it's just, and if we go back to they want to see this be successful. So it's like, if we build, I would ask back to you, what integration is the easiest to build, the easiest to make adjustments, the easiest to support with a solid, it doesn't have to be the best, but a solid base of clients. And then even if Ramp doesn't have as many current, we talked X3, right? As like that one. I think we just do X3, like get that proof of concept, because our team is going to look at this integration from a support perspective. This is going to be the first time we've done this. And we are going to decide, is this something that works or does it not work? Are our customers happy? Are they getting the support they need? Is the integration delivering similar value to our direct integrations? So I turn it back to you, like what integration do you feel like we can deliver that value with?
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest and fastest would be just at least connecting to expense, right? That at the least connecting to expense and then AP before we dive into a full like PO.
That would be a huge win if we just said expense plus AP, and that could be for these first integrations.
Right.
And then we did. So which ERP would it be? X3 or?
Man, that we've got to look at.
That's how you skin it.
I've got a segment.
And I'd love to see your data that we had up there on the screen because.
And what about like the support side too? Like what's easier for you? Where do you have the most experts and ability to provide support at, like you mentioned, like, our SL, it's insane. Like nobody gets better support. So what they're used to from Ramp is just insane. So we're just going to be trying to catch up. Like it's crazy.
Sage 300.
Sage 300, Sage X3, Sage 100 Contractor.
In that order.
Sage 300, regular 300.
Yeah.
ACPAC.
Regular.
Yeah.
Not CRE.
Yeah.
So Sage 300 ACPAC. Sage 100. Sage X3. Sage 300 ACPAC. And then Sage 100 Contractor.
Yeah, I'd agree.
In that order.
So least.
Regular Sage 100.
Least resistant, most resistant. Is that what it was?
That was where you have the most resources on your team. So you have the least resources for Sage 100 Contractor to support the ERP.
We have a smaller team supporting because the 100 Contractor is not as much of a support needed product. It's more like QuickBooks, right? So you buy a QuickBooks product and you don't really ask for support all the time, right? You kind of
My challenge back to you is our QuickBooks customers do not have a good support experience because there's so many of them. We can't service them, and I've been on some escalate where their problems just get dropped. They just get not
solved. The service they're used to getting from QuickBooks,
right? Which is okay, but like our product and engineering and like sales team, they are going to look at this integration we build as the example for how support will be delivered. So that makes me think even if Sage 300 is more complicated and potentially a smaller addressable client base, because you can commit fully to the support side and crush it, we start with Sage 300 because that's going to be the biggest
I agree. Yeah. So probably in that order. I mean, now when we built the integration, like let's say 100 Contractor and all that, I mean that we will support. I mean we'll dedicate people to support that, right? It's not going to be like. I mean, our support on the dev side is pretty good, like in the integration side. So, I mean, we usually don't have too much struggle with it. But
the dev side, it's more of like what Brian is doing with Intact and.
It could be 95% user error, but they don't care. Like it's as simple as they didn't enter a location in Ramp. Whose problem is that? That's your problem.
Exactly.
They didn't enter a location in Ramp. Yeah. So we have to be able to
define the rules and provide
and also documentation, technical like your team's gonna have to own that. We've never done this before, so we're gonna have to build it all. But like, another thing to think about, just being realistic, like we heard from Teddy, Sage 100 has more customers. We're more likely to build, if we're prioritizing long term, we're more likely to build a Sage 100 integration. I don't know if it's Contractor or like the other one. We're more likely to build that than a 300 integration. I'm guessing if we looked at the data, it would be the same for X3. We're probably more likely to build a Sage X3 integration than Sage 300. So if we look at, and you're also saying that the complexity of the ERP is also higher. That's also another reason we probably wouldn't build Sage 300 over the others. So if we're just looking at a long-term better support, less likelihood of our team building, it seems like Sage 300 is where we go.
Yeah.
We can still show you the data. I will grab.
We'll get actual.
But just an idea.
Yeah.
What is the propensity for a client in Sage 300? And I always go back to this, like, actually adopting new technology.
Oh yeah, I mean they don't.
Yeah,
we constantly sell add-ons.
Because you get NetSuite clients and they're all like happy-go-lucky that they're going to go buy Ramp because it's fun.
We have that deal in flight for Sage 300 CRE, so we already have a deal. So why don't we just do that, build that for that client? They'll pay you anyway to build this.
Yeah,
and then
that's what we like. That's
so. I mean, you got to call it. You got to call it 10 a.m. tomorrow.
That was why I had jumped on that.
No, that's it might be. I think so.
So that one is Sage 300 CRE, I think. So
yeah, that's Sage 300 CRE.
So, and also, I mean, again, another factor is feasibility, right? So,
what's your concerns with
CRE? I don't know the technical details. This is just what I've been told. Like,
300 CRE integration.
The API is.
Yeah, the worst product of Sage with from an API standpoint. There is
Okay.
no good. I'm just being.
I'll be honest,
upfront.
we don't have to. Can you upload?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what
So
we
it
did.
will be more
that
effective.
will already convert. So all we have to do is build an automatic CSV converter.
Yeah, exactly.
If we can
That-
offer
that's
that,
probably the best way to approach that.
and then if we can do the two things, filtering and ramp for
Yep.
300 and an updating of code. So are you able to fetch the accounting lists from Sage 300? Like, can you get like number of chart accounts, number of projects?
Yeah. Those we
Okay, can you
from
get the
database.
associations with each other via the API? Like which tasks are
Right,
associated with which project?
I'll double check that. I'm pretty sure.
If not, we could probably plug it into
Yeah.
an SFTP server, like figure it out. So,
but this is worth putting down on paper.
I'll write all this down.
Yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
all of my. I can
Yeah.
write.
Gabriel's got it.
First step is like which ERP are we pursuing, and then we build the strategy. So it sounds like our strategy is going to be automated import of codes into Ramp from 300. We can build that technically. Second piece is we build a CSV converter to be able to export the data out so that it's really clean and
Push it back
upload
in.
it, which I don't think Sage 300 customers are going to be too concerned about that upload. We haven't heard that concern. We've heard more concern on the filtering than the upload into 300. I think
Yeah,
they're
they're already used to
They're already used to that. Exactly. So that's what we did with Great Plains. And then when we bundle it that way, we don't face any of the API limitations in 300. And if we think about this client that just came to us, they're not asking for an automatic export into 300. They're just asking for this like project update, and maybe it'll turn into filter. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, we'll write that down. But like that's
No. I mean,
each
that's-
of these is custom. Like it depends on what our clients need, what we need to close. I'm thinking about this very much from a sales perspective. So if I have 10 Sage 300 deals, what do I need your integration to do to close that customer? And like that's what I need. I just need filtering and CSV converter, and we're good. Yep.
Yeah, and that's exactly my suggestion. Think through what you've got coming in the door, because
Yeah, well, I was gonna
that's the
share
lowest
this.
hanging fruit.
I mean, I can share this, right? It doesn't matter. This is the
Even better if there's some common customers, but if not,
Maybe we can do it.
This is our. I might get yelled at for sharing this, but it's probably not that big of a deal.
I think it's fine.
I don't really know how to read this. Can you?
Do you want me to like explain this?
I would love for
Okay.
you to. Like it's.
So
Here, let me.
okay, I mean,
hold on.
starting at the top, I'll try to be brief, but like the SCIM integrations are with the IDP. So those are with like Okta. So a lot of the time we see like your Workday or your UKG or whatever, it's already plugging into an Okta or like Google SCIM. So SCIM integrations are much more secure. We see incredible concerns with connecting directly to an HR system that has like social security numbers and all of this stuff. So any large company needs to use SCIM. So we're going to continue to build like Microsoft SCIM, Google SCIM. So that's all the SCIM stuff. I don't know what API security updates are. Rippling is the same thing. Let's go Zoho ERP. I think we've already released.
Scam
So
again,
what we're
Scam
really
again, App Center. Now we're getting
Okta SCIM. Okay, transaction enrichment. This is like just providing the transactions endpoint in Ramp. This is API platform enhancements. I categorized it, and SCIM is also like an API platform enhancement. You can see we have QuickBooks Desktop, we have Workday ERP. So our ERP integrations that we have on our mind are here, and then can you scroll down?
Yep.
And those are in beta. So if you look at the status, QBD, Workday, that's already in beta. We are releasing that, no question. And let's keep going down. Keep going. Nothing. Okay. Next thing is like, so then we have some out of the box travel integrations with travel management systems. We only have 2 active integrations with travel management systems. There's how many like enterprise travel management systems are there? Quite a few, right? So we are starting to see partners build custom travel management system integrations. This is a good roadmap. If your enterprise customers, they need travel management integration for like receipts. It's typically just receipts and then like memos. Like I go into my travel management system, I enter a receipt, and then I enter a memo. I don't want to go back into Ramp and enter that again. So the integration pulls over, like we can share tech. So that's like travel management systems. What we're building. We're building Oracle Fusion Cloud ERP. You can see that's in dev. Things, and this is the second status is development. Things that are in development are obviously like going to get released. Let's go down one sec to pause on that. bills and vendor API. So this is what we're working on right now. Is enhancing the ability to be able to call the API to like post bills, to be able to import those bills if you just want to use Ramp to process payments. Maybe they're doing like purchase order, item receipt, and bill in the ERP, and they just need Ramp's vendor portal and payment. So a lot to come, but we're enhancing like the ability to push data into Ramp, as well as, so that goes into like, these are the kind of platform improvements
Like
that
punch out functionality at all? Like
we'll be able to customize the integration to build it soon, because once we have a purchase order endpoint and like custom fields, you should be able to like, there should be a way to build a custom punch out integration. It also, that's something that might be on our, something that's not on here is like product platform I've been calling it that, but just product improvements like to our core product that aren't necessarily the API.
We did like 170 releases of product feature
like this
upgrades
year.
this year alone.
Yeah, it's
so in small ones, like right, you know, like when
like
Bill,
a Google Calendar integration
Exactly.
to pull in like who's attending like a dinner and stuff like that, little things,
or like small little flat, yeah.
And that's going to be, I think that's punch outs. It's on a road. So something I have sign off to do is to talk directly to our product team. Once we have these buckets, we're going to be able to go back to the product team and give them a more realistic answer of, if we build punch outs, here is how much of Kerr's base could join Ramp. So instead of thinking of you as a one single piece of feedback, we can bucket your customers to just completely shift Ramp's product roadmap to update it. So CBD on that. So you can see right here, here's really what we care about, right? Sage 300 ERP. As you can see, we haven't even broken out the different products. We have no plans. Our product team has spent 0 hours thinking about this right now. So if we come in and
that's what back means.
That's what
Back in the
means.
back.
Back means it's like look at how much stuff we have ahead of it. So if we come in and we build
tier 2, I think is the difference between tier 2 and tier 3. Do you know what that is?
I mean, I think tier 2 just means it's something that it's on here. Like what that means is we have thought about it somewhat. Mm-hmm. My challenge is what we are struggling with more than anything as a business right now is supporting our customers. So the big benefit to Ramp, it's not that you built this integration, it's that you can support this integration. So if we come in and we are supporting Sage 300 Sage 300, why would Ramp come back and take back that support problem?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense business-wise. Like we're dreaming of offloading this support. Like so that's where my challenge is. Like that's why I come back to when we're thinking about prioritizing, let's think support first, integration second, and we will just modify the capabilities of the integration to fit what's possible with the ERP. And Ramp has sold with a surprisingly limited like Sage Intacct integration. We've already sold 1,600 customers. Like I'm not worried we'll be able to sell this thing that we built.
Which if you scroll up just a little bit,
yeah.
Sage.
Which and the difference is that the thing
is
that what this does is unlock. It's not just our Sage 300 customers.
That's the biggest thing. Is
exactly.
Now,
it's the
we will market the hell out of that,
and so we don't have to market
a Sage 300 client. They know now there's an integration.
And that's my team. What we're going to want to do, enable my team so they can demo your integration.
Yeah,
so
we are like the standard Sage 300. We are experts in. I mean, we can help you with that.
Yeah, so
that's what we.
I mean, my opinion would be we build all the Sage. Here's one. If I go back to Ramp and our reps, and I say we have a Sage 300 integration, they go to the customer. They say we have Sage 300 integration, which they're not going to remember any other words than Sage 300. And then they find out that it's not supported. That is not going to be as good an experience as if we could faster address, like, we are able to, I can just go to the reps and say, whatever version of Sage 300 they're on, we have an integration and partnership to support that integration with Kerr. So I almost think we address the full Sage 300 suite, even if it's just this CSV like exporter thing that's kind of basic to build for all three Sage 300s. And I go back to the Ramp team and I say, guys, we have this integration built for all, or whatever they are. Two. There's two. Okay, so for two. Better than 3. Anyway.
He wants 3.
I want, yeah.
Okay.
So we go build both. There's only 2. That's good. That's better than 3. So if we build both of those, it's Sage 300, Sage 300 CRE. Then I can go back to the sales team and I say whatever they're on, which Sage 300 product that gets supported.
Is X3 on that list?
Probably not. I mean,
I didn't see
it might be all the way down to the bottom.
Because you do have some X3.
No,
Yes.
but like we were saying, those are just because what's probably happened is
Triggered.
we've had 100 clients tell us they're on Sage 300, so we threw it on there.
Yeah.
And like that's why Blackbaud's on there. Like
Also, let's be really clear about how this gets prioritized, and then Patrick joined, but this gets prioritized based on lost deals.
Right.
So we could have 10,000 Sage 300 CRE customers, and if they're buying and we have a high close rate without an integration built,
We don't care.
We don't care. We're still making the same amount of money. So that X3 might not be on there because maybe we see that we're
you're
able
just
to
not
have
gonna
a
get
higher
high volume.
close rate with X3, but that doesn't change that customers would use your integration if it was built.
Right. I mean, from our addressable market, I think I see net new and your current, right? Like from y'all's addressable market is net new, right? So for us, that like overlap in value is, oh shit, we can sell this into your
current
customer base, and that's very enticing and interesting to us.
Patrick, thank you for joining. I know we're shifting gears. But Brian, we wanted to just highlight again back to our 4 or 5 functions that we work with you guys on. Give some high level, just like where we see the CX support motion. What Patrick's doing. I think for the team that doesn't work with Patrick all the time, kind of how is that operationally happening? Feedback, thoughts, questions. We got 30 minutes. I think there was a few slides that Patrick was going to show. Not necessarily needs to be a presentation, but. I know Gabriel has some points on like how we're leveraging that compared to like support packages, but we can talk about that. So, Patrick, the floor is yours if you want to make an introduction.
Great. Morning, everyone. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Patrick. I am on the West Coast, so it's a little early for me to be presenting, but we'll get through it. Appreciate chatting with you all today. I have a few slides. Honestly, not too much. We can kind of go through, see a couple things that I want to start working on, a couple pieces of feedback, and kind of a quick overview of where we are at on the support side. Let me clean up my tabs real quick.
You guys know what the bagels. I'm going to take them to the...
Yeah, thanks.
Make sure that the young ones can have some out there.
Apologies, having some technical difficulties.
No, you're good. If you need Gabriel can share from mine if necessary.
Yeah, we don't need mind grab and sharing for this. Should have my deck in there.
Do you want to share the? Do we need to? Which presentation?
Which one? Here. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for Eric to get back for a second. Should we just do intros as well?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Corey, you want to go?
Yeah. Hi, Patrick. Corey Oster. I'm the CEO and CTO of Curve. Now, part the Cherry Bakery. So good to meet you.
Dan, we know each other. So, pleasure.
I'm Paul White. I head up our client success activity.
Hello, Patrick. Kevin here from Anywhere Apps. These are standalone systems, work standalone and integrated with Sage products. Nice meeting you.
Awesome, nice meeting you all. My name is Patrick. For those who haven't met, I manage our Tier 2 team on the support side of Ramp. We handle typically accounting, bill pay issues. Brian's seen some of the most heavy out there. They could be quick one-touch interactions, but they can also be some very intricate and complex issues, especially on the Sage and NetSuite side. All right,
What's the most complex one, Brian, that you've dealt with, or one that really sticks out?
I mean, there's stuff that seems complex and then it's easy. You just have to dig around for like 3 days until you find it. There's one I'm talking about right now where the client's using a GBP credit card, but they want to pay a USD invoice. But even if they put the invoice in pounds, because their credit card synced as a USD transaction, they're having some issues. I mean, a lot of stuff like that, a lot of currency stuff, some basic stuff where they're just like, oh, my AP ledger is showing the wrong stuff. And I'm like, you got to check the box that says exclude credit card transactions. And they're like, oh, cool. Now help me reconcile it. I'm like, no, that's, you talk to your Intact people about that. But
we will make you the Intact people.
Yeah.
Next time, help me reconcile and say, we've got somebody that can help you reconcile it.
Yeah, we have to figure that piece out in terms of the communication with customers. So that's something Patrick's asked me to continue thinking about that.
Yeah, it's I mean, in the Sage world, that's a challenge. Right, because it's very territorial.
Very territorial.
Yeah. Very territorial.
And that existing partner wants nothing to do with Ramp. They don't want to hear like the name, right? So then, but they're like, if anything, on the Intact side, we're like, well, it's kind of like both.
Yeah, I'm like, well, if all of your transactions came into Intact properly, the reconciliation is not really something that I can help you with. But yeah,
that's something we can talk about.
Anyways, Patrick, I know you have a couple slots.
Yeah, I'll run through them. Cool, yeah. So I manage about 15 folks on our Tier 2 side, specifically around the accounting and bill pay areas. While we have some brilliant agents, they are not experts within the various ERPs that our customers use. And as intricate and complex they can get with customizations and various other things, we found ourselves using up a lot of engineering time, a lot of Gabe's team's time, a lot of other stakeholders to kind of try and help and figure out what's going on. You know, a lot of scouring Reddit, scouring Google, scouring various old help centers to figure out what was the customer issues. So with that, we built out the consultant program, and we immediately started cutting down engineering escalations. A lot less of, you know, going to engineering and finding out that this is a Sage issue, or, you know, this is some weird behavior that is known. Starting to kind of leverage the expert advice to kind of filter out those creations of escalations. So we saw some immediate, almost 50% drop. We're starting to tick up again now, but due to other reasons that we're working through and overall just customer growth over the year.
Awesome. That's great.
Overall, just to kind of give you a high-level picture of Ramp customer experience, we get about 20K tickets from customers a month. With our team being about 70, probably almost 80 people now, we're pretty efficient in most areas. We get about 4,000 or 5,000 phone calls on the line a month. We get 1,500 chats, 2,500 internal requests from various account managers and stakeholders on overall product questions, things like that. And then we get about 12K emails. From that pie, about 1,140 there is the accounting side specifically. And where you all come in is on the Curse support request, which is currently around 64, with about 12 phone calls taken this month. With the current hours that we have in the contract, that time gets eaten up pretty quick with these. They can generally, once they get to Brian and his folk, it's already been a couple hours of time across the team and very kind of complex issues.
So do we need more hours?
We'll get to that then.
Okay. Forgive me.
You're fine. So when we launched the program, it was a lot of kind of understanding, figuring out what's going on. I actually took the program over in June, and we started to really kind of drill in on the various processes and data that we had available to start kind of refining the operation. We were able to get it down last month actually to a pretty good number, about 40 hours, about 2 days of a first reply time. And I say that's good because we can see those previous numbers, they were getting pretty high. But we would obviously like to get that down to the regular kind of support SLA, which is in about 2 hours for a first reply and 12 hours for a resolution. And so that is kind of where I'm continuing to monitor. You know, we don't want to overstaff yet, but we want to kind of keep pushing that number up as far as the minimum hour contract to ensure that, you know, we are kind of having butts in seats, even if there isn't a ticket to take, that if one comes in, that we're right there to grab it when it does.
I just want to add too that includes weekends.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
get
a lot of follow-ups to tickets over the weekends, like Saturdays and Sundays.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, currently we know we're okay with the Monday through Friday. Our operation on the support side runs almost 24/7 now. We have some contractors helping overnight on the kind of non-accounting side. But right now, most of our operation is early morning EST to late PST, Monday through Sunday. We're going way.
Wait, that just conflicts with what you just said. You said you're okay with Monday to Friday, but then you're saying hours of support are basically 7x24 is what I heard.
Yeah, so hours of support for everything outside of the accounting, or Brian's area in your area. Eventually, you know, we'd probably be interested in moving to some weekend hours. It's a lot quieter, easier to grind out some work, but right now, you know, we're mostly worried about the core business hours.
Okay.
Cool. What do I see next for the program, and what am I kind of working on right now? Referral loops and surveying. We have a lightweight survey that goes out to all support interactions already. And I'd like to talk about some ways that we can maybe expand on this for specifically this use case. We're doing some error sanitization that I'll get into, and currently empowering our escalation management team with your help. I wanted to shout out a quick piece of feedback from a customer for Brian. This is from a larger client in the mid-market space that was very blocked on some Sage entity issues. Brian came in and resolved it, turned around the interaction from a churn, and was able to give the customer a good experience, and overall give the customer a good experience with Ramp.
We love that.
Awesome.
We love that it was also with an RSM client. Let's go get them to be a Kerr client.
I would agree.
Cool. Something I'm kind of toying around with on the satisfaction survey and how we can maybe referral loop these. Probably something we have to chat about, Dan and Eric and Gabriel, but be curious if there be a value in this, as, you know, if a customer gets their survey and they, you know, have a high positive number as far as satisfaction, that we can start pitching them, you know, if you're interested in more services from X firm, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
like that RSM client, right? Hey, you really like this person, by the way, here's
other services.
Here's Kerr that can help you.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. A quick little layup in the case that, you know, maybe they have some other Sage services they need. Maybe they're looking for a more closer knit relationship with a partner long term.
Here's Gabriel's firm.
Yeah, no, just put our firm.
Error sanitization is our big push right now. You know, we love those kind of machine language errors that we get from Sage Intacct, though our customers really don't know what they mean. And so right now our push, and we have a nice automated flow kind of built out, when an agent or consultant is on a ticket with a customer and they see that one of these unsanitized errors, what we're calling our undefined errors, gets pushed to them, it's a simple checkbox within the interaction that kicks off a flow that will basically, once that ticket or interaction is solved, it'll take the notes from that interaction and bubble them up to our engineering team, who can sanitize the error to be more customer facing. It'll kick off a loop with our knowledge management team to ensure that, you know, external and internal articles get built out, as well as other kind of just macros and things like that within the interaction to make future things much more simple. On this specific area is where I want to really touch on where Kerr can do the most help here. We're starting to push with overall, you know, the whole consultant program, leaving excellent notes on interactions. In the case of, you know, what did we do to solve the issue? And right now, about 15% of, you know, across all of our consultant tickets are internal noted correctly. And so that is something that I will probably be chatting with you and Ranjit about, Brian, next week, just to make sure that we can hone in on what that template looks like and how to kind of make those speedy and brief, but just enough context that we need.
Sweet. Are we still meeting tomorrow too?
Yeah, I was going to ask if you're available still.
Yeah.
Back home. Cool. All right, and then lastly, we're kind of merging forces here. We have a strong team of subject matter experts called our escalation management team. They handle, that 2,500 requests a month from, account managers, our own support agents that have, maybe they need a second set of eyes, maybe they need some more information. And now kind of starting to put together their knowledge with, folks like Brian's knowledge to kind of empower each other, become the masters of the brand product and become the masters of the ERP. And so obviously, it's going to be difficult to cram 15 years of Sage experience in a few months, but I think that being able to kind of sub each other in when questions do come up will really solidify that partnership. Cool. That is my quick slides. Happy to answer any questions, field any requests, anything like that.
I have a question for you and Gabriel. What's the best way to keep us in the loop as external consultants on the product updates and the releases that come through? Because
great question.
That is something that I think that we could kind of improve our communication on.
I think that's a partnership thing on my end, because we're even having that limitation, not necessarily limitation, but ask from accounting firms in the accounting channel, as well as the private equity firms that we partner with, getting that information out there so that they are readily available to announce it to their customer base. Yeah. So noted. It was raised on the offsite the last 2 days around how to get that information. You, Gabriel, if you have another option that was quicker than waiting for them to get this rolled out in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's two main places where a lot of those updates, there's three places. There's Ramp product releases, so it's a public channel where every single release gets posted. Then there's Deck that we use to give out our newsletter. We also have a newsletter that goes out, and there's a slide deck with all the new features that have gone public. That's kind of helpful because there's a slide on each one. And then more specifically, a lot of those newer features are not, they're only announced in product releases. They're not in the deck, and you might miss them. So Product Board does track everything that we've released for the Sage Intacct integration. There might be for example, if we release that we're doing international currency syncing of reimbursements, we might already release that, but that would be so specific. We probably wouldn't announce it either because we don't really want everyone to know that we didn't support it before. So, Patrick, anything to add on that?
Yeah, so obviously, Ramp being known for the fastest velocity of feature shipping and product shipping, this is something we struggle with ourselves on the agent side, on the CX team. Right now, we have it pretty nailed down as far as, getting our stakeholders who are releasing these things to provide some good enablement for our agents. We give them about an hour a week to kind of review lessons that get sent their way, things like that. I would be willing to add or take in half an hour probably of you and Ranjit's time, Brian, to kind of go through these every week. If there is new stuff that comes up, just having that kind of 30 minutes set aside that you can go through these quick learnings to be up to date with whatever new product features come out.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to kind of see it, not necessarily in depth and stuff, just kind of knowing oh, hey, I think last week y'all added the support for the custom date fields.
Oh, we did? Good.
Didn't you? Is that what you just said? There was
it's free.
The conversation we talked about was prepaid.
Yeah, that was free
text?
text, but it could have been.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's the same thing. Those are super minor updates, which really impact us. But it is a good example though. Kirk could get around that by just building a fully custom integration to Intacct. Just don't worry about our direct integrations limitations, and that's kind of another option I need to to talk through with. If you're going to build a full integration, though, the big thing you lose is like we're building all this air sanitization, and that's what you just saw from Patrick, and that's where when it comes to support, if we really want to deliver value, each air has to have instructions about how to solve.
How many airs are there?
How many transactions can be put into Intact?
Right, I mean, I'm limited right now. Like, X to the infinite.
Yeah.
Patrick, I have a question for you, man. I think this is maybe for Brian and like even this team, like, and maybe you already talked about it. Sorry, I was stepping out. On like a headcount and forecasting perspective, when you look at this ramp support function that Brian sits in and Kerr sits in, is there an expectation to grow it? Like, and if so, like, what does that look like? Is there availability that like Kerr can bring in more people? And I'm speaking maybe a little bit ahead of myself, but just curious.
Yeah, so always monitoring. I think we saw a bit of a surge on the Sage side and just overall growth since Brian had come in, where we bumped Ranjit from the Kerr team up to 20 minimum hours a week. And, you know, I can see that number going up or even bringing in a third person fairly soon. I am still kind of keeping an eye on October's data and understanding where we might see some gaps coming up in the near future. But, you know, the process of procuring a laptop, things like that does take time. So expect a ring soon on that, Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even from our end, you know, at least I can get somebody shadowing Brian and Ranjit. I mean, it takes 2 months to ramp up.
It takes a little bit of time to get used to it, especially bringing in somebody who's never used a Mac before.
Well, not even, but just like really starting to understand the ramp, like somebody that knows Intact but doesn't know ramp. How long does it take to get proficient at ramp enough to be able to support it?
I mean, it takes them a little bit of time just learning kind of their tools. Yeah. How much time? A month to 2 months?
But I'm talking about like the actual software, like knowing where the skeletons lie. Like when you see a symptom, you go, oh, it's this field in ramp and not communicating with this field or something, right? Like to that.
I mean, honestly, that's the ramp configuration is straightforward. Like it's really easy to use. It's really easy to go through and see. Kind of like when you understand, especially if you're coming from a strong Intact background, where you're like, oh yeah, entity level stuff. Oh, multi-currency, you can't base currencies. You can't do credit card transactions at the top level.
Right.
You know, the error message that we saw a lot the last couple of months was, you know, entity level is disabled because they don't have the entity level sliding. You got to do it at the top level. They were trying to sync entity level transactions. I mean, the ramp to Intact communication is easy when you're already pretty familiar with like the Intact error messages. When you've gotten a lot of errors from imports, you know, you're like, oh yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah.
So I think it's just more kind of really the biggest ramp up is learning to, you know, use the retool, getting used to just kind of Slack and you know, coming from, honestly, my experience, the biggest challenge was just learning how to use Mac versus a PC.
Yeah.
Got it.
You know,
That's
that was
fair.
a huge change for me. So.
Yeah, I'm not like proposing that we need a bunch of headcount. I was just curious.
No, but I mean, what I'd like to do is if at least we get that direction, I can prep. One, I got to identify a person and get them at least headed in the right direction, so it shortens the period of ramp up. So.
Yeah, definitely light on that. We'll be reaching out to you next week, Dan, to kind of chat on that. I can put some time on your calendar.
Yeah.
I think that, we, you know, as much as we are already deflecting, we're still growing strong when it comes to these kind of interactions coming up. I think we're still kind of, it's a lot of understanding and making sure that, you know, we don't overinflate on one end or the other and, you know, figure out we don't actually need it. But I think that, you know, regardless, we have new integrations coming on the Sage side. We have new features coming on the Sage side. There is always going to be a kind of increase of support on that end.
Yeah.
Got it. Thanks,
Cool.
Patrick.
Patrick, thank you. I mean, we have 7 more minutes. I know he has a hard stop, but I think we're...
Maybe we can chat about, Patrick, like how we're thinking about communicating earlier. So you showed like one way we could communicate after a ticket. what are your ideas on how we could communicate earlier in the process to introduce Kurt directly?
Yeah, so this is kind of the long-term vision, and I can probably share something here, actually. Let me pop it open. So we have a few ways to create tickets on the support side. One is what we call our intelligent web form. Basically, the customer logs in, they go down the category tree, they submit their issue. We get some nice tooling data on our end when the ticket's created. The other is our newest product, which is Ramp Assist, and that is actually. Let me pull it open.
Within the app that we need to figure out. So maybe actually making that chatbot customizable via API.
Sure.
That would be interesting.
Let me share this up.
Probably the MVP would be this is an ERP issue, contact this email.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So we have this help section here, and this has a very cool LLM model built into it where, if a customer asks a question, we, I think, deflect a huge amount of tickets through this bot. It's a regular old chat bot. But what we can do is get a bit more intelligent with it where, customer has a sync error, the steps don't work for them that we give them in the sanitized error. They select, contact support, or, I want to learn more about this. And either they can go to a help center article, or they can start, chatting away with this bot and, having it walk through and see where it's at in the steps. The idea that we are thinking on is how do we use this to kind of sell to or deflect partners, or, is there a sync error that we can isolate and understand that, this is likely a configuration issue and these folks do not have a partner. And so being able to kind of use that same of, we find that our customers have the most success with a partner. Would you like to reach out to someone from this list? And so being able to push to specific partners based on the client, based on and things like that is the goal.
That makes sense.
This is helpful.
Yeah.
This is
because I think a lot of what we're trying to do is get this off your plate, right? Get support features that are needed to be going to another partner, not to our own team.
Yeah, I think one of our biggest blockers was, for a long time we didn't want to expose a lot of information publicly on how to find solutions or how to, fix issues and, display them publicly. Just because it exposes a lot of information on our integration. And so we've gotten the go-ahead now, or the green light rather, in the last week to start to kind of integrate a lot of these solutions into our tooling and into our customer-facing documentation. So more to come there, and that's also kind of where I think some of the bumped up hours on Kerr I would like to go to is, making sure our documentation is up to snuff, making sure that we have good change management. If Sage changes something in the UX, that we're able to update a lot of documentation at once with Brian and Ranjit's help and begin to make our documentation much cleaner.
Makes sense. Cool.
amazing. Patrick, thank you, man. Thanks for the continued partnership.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you. Thanks.
And thanks, Brian and Ranjit.
We'll let you hop off, Patrick. I know you gotta stop.
All good. Yeah. Huge thanks to Brian and Ranjit. Honestly. Yeah. All right. I'll bug you next week, Dan. See you then.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Bye, Patrick.
Cool. That's all I had.
I have two generalized questions for you guys, and this is just me thinking. Okay, so is Ramp like a bank first and then technology next?
It's a card first, technology next.
Okay.
A card.
Okay, right. So
don't think bank because we're not.
Who is the processor? Like some you work with?
That's changing because we're unbundling our P2P product.
Who's our processor?
we're Visa, Stripe, and Celtic Bank.
Celtic Bank, yeah. Visa, Stripe issues, Celtic Bank backs.
And then also Marqeta. I think we're more Stripe than Marqeta, though.
Yeah. Stripes, we're like. Stripes.
And you're saying that's changing?
Well, we're unbundling our products so you can buy bill pay.
What we actually
separately from the card.
What we're starting to see is our procurement.
That's
cool.
You just unlocked a shit ton of value, by the way, for him.
This is.
All right, we should talk about that.
No, because we run it. Oh, I mean, if there's anything we walk away from
writing anymore, you can just go just buy procurement from Ramp.
That is, I'm telling you guys, man. You guys
just come up.
That's just.
Well, we just started, so I'll get you engaged with. I need to do some. I don't know that much about how it is working either yet, so we just started. What I can say is like, it's gonna pick up a lot. Like so, it's gonna be.
We should really partner on pushing that.
That is a huge, very complex. Because where we run into is like,
because it's the Trojan
horse. They don't want to
horse.
leave their card.
Well, not only yes. For us, this is the,
and if
like,
we can get them in there, we can upsell
then
them.
You get that's right.
That's
Because right now you have one way to get them in.
Here's the thing, though. We need you guys doing those implementations for sure. So like that's the bundle. So I have sign off. If you guys sell, if you guys refer business, you can do implementation. Also, if you built like Life Church, we didn't do this, but like other clients we didn't get sign off yet. If we have an integration with a client, you guys can bundle with implementation. So right now I already have executive sign off. Every single deal, doesn't matter what it is, partners building an integration or did the referral, you get to do implementation. So when
you say get to do implementation for those clients or for other clients that you guys funneled to us?
The Ramp. So like we have a Ramp prospect. The perfect example is this. Honestly, I think we should do this with this CRE client. So let me know. They're coming to you and they need this integration with job codes for Sage 300 CRE. That's an integration that Kerr Consulting is building. What I have permission to do is to say as well that Kerr is going to be bundling with a $20,000 implementation fee for the Ramp implementation with Sage 300 CRE. So then you sell both integration and implementation, and then we kind of co-deliver that together. But the idea is you guys pay for that. You're already in trainer program. You've already completed all the steps. There's actually nothing stopping us on this specific deal from also bundling with an implement. Besides, you guys need to figure out how to scope that work, how much to charge, who to resource, which is, I can help with that. Like we're building a scope of work calculator for partners to be able to better estimate the hours for you. But honestly, I think that if we just came in at like 15K range to start, like we could do quite a bit in like let's say it's 200 an hour. 15, we could do quite a bit in 75 hours, because what we're really doing with a Ramp implementation is we can have the scope of work focus on connecting the systems, not optimization. Optimization comes later. You pay more for optimization over time. That's your monthly support fee. That's ongoing stuff. So we can just copy exactly what Ramp has for a $15,000 implementation package. You guys stick the same price on it, and then we bundle that. And then, when the AE is selling it, there's no. It's the same service, just with a partner. Same price, same services. So I think we don't overcomplicate it. We don't scope anything. We just take what Ramp has, use it, but sell it with Kerr, and we do that on this deal right now to get the motion started.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna need like guidance from you guys on all of that.
We can, but I think when we're looking at activities, there's a lot we can do, but that's a double-edged win, because we build the Sage 300 CRE integration as part of this. We get you experience with bundling implementation with it, which means every other Sage 300 client that's going to use your integration is not just buying the integration; they're buying the integration and the implementation. We work together. I will make sure, like similar to Life Church, I will do whatever we need to get them to spend money and like be successful, so that we have that activation graph. Because when the Ramp executives are looking, they're going to say, how quickly did this customer spend money? And that's how the account executive gets compensated. Sure. So we have to activate there, even though like we're focused on like platform optimization. I think we do that, and then what we do is we do the same thing with a Sage 300 customer. I find a Sage 300, not CRE customer, and we bundle implementation and integration, and then we build those two integrations, and we just, there's a lot of noise, but like we just focus,
Randy knows that
get
guy
that
really
done.
well too, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Because
Oh,
Randy
Randy knows those systems?
Randy's the one going through with Steven.
Right, yeah.
Randy Randy knows.
Let's do this. This is
20
perfect.
years of like 20 years of
and then we
ACPAC
start selling
experience.
and then the third thing, in addition to those two, we start selling unbundled P2P together.
Yeah.
And then you guys do
And
all the
Sheila
unbundled.
knows.
Those are 3 activities we work on together. And then
Those are our 3.
Why don't we just focus on those 3 activities? Forget everything else. Yeah, that works
Well,
for me. I can get you a Sage
focus is
300
everything.
prospect. Like,
I mean, we definitely could.
Focus is
I
everything.
just literally was talking to Elliot. Elliot goes, "We need someone to do Sage 300."
we get this on our sales team all the time.
I
You
would
guys
say
build this,
weekly.
it's going to be explosive. So then the part that's going to be hard is support. Like support is going to be tough. So like if it's just Randy, and then we send you 30 customers.
No. Well, I mean, this
they're
is
gonna-
where this is where I mean,
where we need to plan.
I think about this in the way that we built the Intact practice. We started the Intact practice with 2 people. It was me and Shanti as the
And then you
implementer.
lose.
And then as we saw volume pick up, not to say we didn't stumble, we did. We stumbled a shit ton, but you brought in additional resources. Now, I think where we work together is if we get sense of like volume and effort, especially. Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of slow drip this a little bit before you
Let's
like,
start with one. I mean, like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but once we do that and we know what it is, then it's much easier to go. All right, here's this other person over here because,
that's your preference. Like I will do whatever. You
that
want.
would
So
be my preference. I just
your
don't
preference
want
is one of each to start, and we build that and see how it
and
goes.
see how it works because I just don't know where the hell the skeletons are.
I think that's better for us too because we're not project managing 5 different deals at the same time with a bunch of unknowns that like we wish we knew. So
And we want to make sure, well, there's other parties outside of just the engineering and product standpoint of the integration. If we want to like go to market with it, it's easier for us to just go to.
Well, and just so I mean, like
go slow to go fast.
Yeah, to fast forward, you guys don't only partner with us on this. You at some point you partner with Sage. Because
Sage is a bit of a headache.
Really?
No.
First time I'm hearing that. Well, and I mean, but if you guys run into, so I mean, we've been in the Sage world we kind of know at this point.
We have preferential terms to be the card product and expense management, but we can't sell AP to their Sage Intact clients
Because they have their own offering. And just so you guys are aware, Intact is slowly building out the feature set for expense management.
Oh, I know that. But
Right.
Sage also moves slower than Molasses, as it seems in my.
Right.
Sage gets 80% and then stalls. It's the big iteration.
Right. Okay.
So it sort of works.
what are the
Still
licensing
another.
costs
So
for like each module? For like Sage
Well,
AP,
okay, so if I
Sage-
boil down to their expense management, which I would assume is going to be, like, let's say they had an expense management tool tomorrow, I'm assuming that they would charge something additional for it. Right now, all you need is an employee license, which is roughly
$49 a user a month.
Isn't
Isn't employee user $49 a user?
No, they bundle it in 10. But if what's the total?
It's like $2,000.
$2,000. So
right,
it's
it's 1,800.
No, a year for a
Divided
10
by
pack.
10.
So divided
So
by
it's
10 divided by
180.
12.
So it's 180 per year divided by 12.
for wait. So what's the per
for an
user?
employee license?
Okay, so 180 divided by 180 per year per user.
180 per year per user.
Okay.
That's right.
It's like
you got to buy
it's
them
like
in 10 packs.
$15
So
a
it's
user a month.
similar
It's like almost the
pricing.
exact same pricing.
And you're getting you're getting access, I guess you're just getting a user license, so you're getting access to all of those and what's the module fee on top of that?
For which module?
Like, I assume, do you just get, like, does every single Sage instance just come with, like, expense management and AP?
No.
You
They
have
have
to pay more for those.
It comes the way into which you guys really should jump into this because it'll be a little bit. I'm curious to see what you find out. I mean, we're happy to go through the pricing model with them. I'm sure they're not.
Not that we told you. But
They're not.
But we're happy to go through it to show you how they charge because it's. I mean, you have to have almost an encyclopedic knowledge of
So it's complicated.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my god, it's
complicated.
beyond complicated, right? But it impacts how we sell your stuff too, because like here's an example. If they have a bunch of project managers that are in the system as employee users because they need to see their project reports, and they're paying, and they have expense management.
Yeah.
If they are just Intact users and Intact has a good enough expense management tool in there, those project managers can just use Intact without any additional cost, right?
Right.
That's where it gets kind of tricky. Well, I really need my job cost reports. Oh, and I do expense management, right? All right, so that type of thing. So I see them releasing more and more feature sets to like all they need. I think what's left for them to do is put a mobile interface. Once they have the mobile interface, then they'll have at least a minimally viable product.
Yeah.
They won't have all the compelling shit that you guys do, which is cash back, like awesome OCR, easy coding, like and I'll tell you where they fail over and over again is routing. Their approval functions suck. Just is a bear. But anyways, so their pricing schemes are for accounts payable is part of the core product, which is, let's say, core product plus one business user is $7-8 grand at this point.
Yeah, almost 8.
AP is part of the core product. There's no additional cost unless you want to use their OCR function, which is the ability to email and invoice.
Which they're now forcing you to
charge
take.
for bill capture as an upsell.
You have a minimum of the tier 1 now.
And it's 50 cents a bill. What is that?
No, you have to buy the tier now.
Which is how much?
They got rid of the 50 cents.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's a couple grand.
I think competing though on pricing is like in general.
No. It's more than any. It's like feature set.
Yeah.
Like
we need like what I saw at Deloitte. We were building it out, and we launched it like just as I was left. As we built like Deloitte Digital Mix, and what it was is it was a full lead to cash like tech stack offering with like multiple products. It included like Zora revenue, zone billing, like it included Coupa. Like there's a bunch of and order. It was also like P2. There are a bunch of different systems, and it's like we are standing up your entire tech stack is what they were saying. And we look at and we identified like who the ICP was for this. Like they have to be on NetSuite in this case. They have to be like this size, like looking to IPO. And that's kind of where we need to come in this case, is like they have all this outdated technology. They don't have this modern like tech stack. And then we do the same thing that Ramp does, where they like phase it. Like this is our tech stack. They're not going to buy. I assume like they're not going to just do like a $10 million transformation like overnight, right? So it's like here's our tech stack. Here's where we're going. Here's the order of rollout that we recommend. Then you can watch each part of your tech stack in the phase rollout like lead to more success. And then the question becomes like, what are those other products besides Ramp that are part of that phased rollout that we can then position as like a single, this is the Kerr, like Deloitte had Digital Mix, like what is Kerr's phased approach and offering?
Yeah, I mean, I would say...
Actually, Cherry Baker, on the advisory side, they're working on that.
They work on that.
Something like that. Like, I mean, it's more of a marketing kind of thing where they'll target like...
It's a different target market.
Small to mid-size CFOs.
Right.
And to come up with solutions for them from eight, like you described, right? I mean, Intact could be part of it.
Business in a box.
Avalara could integrate the RAM. I mean, like so.
Salesforce, maybe
exactly.
Is part of it.
CRM, yeah, absolutely.
The business in a box, but
yeah, sort of.
Yeah, here's all the Lego pieces put together for you.
And the reason why I want that is because our customer base, like there's kind of two main ways that the type of customer who want this offering is approaching things. One, they're doing an ERP eval. That's a little bit complicated because you guys are single ERP. Yeah. That being said, there's nothing saying that like this company is doing the eval, but like we have a preferred partner. Like we can figure out like can we fit if they go with Intact. Is there some way that we can fit in this offering, kind of position it? And then the other piece is like they're just looking more broadly to optimize their overall tech stack with Intacct. So they're asking like, what's the pricing for Salesforce integration? We have this other problem with like on the AR side, like how do we fix that? What software do we use? And they're looking for that. So we're trying to figure out like, okay, depending on is it ERP, eval, etc. So if you guys had this like offering, I'm like, well, actually Kerr does this offering and they stand up this set of technologies and like Ramp is one of them. Do you guys want to talk to Kerr? I could bring that up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
But we want to focus on the top 3.
Yeah.
The top, yeah. No, I mean, I think we uncovered a lot of.
Yeah, no, it's been
a lot of value. Okay.
Guys, had a good time.
Great job, man.
Thanks for coming in. I know you guys, take your gifts. We can, I know you guys got flights. I might move my flight up to get
Me
home.
too.
Yeah, okay. So if you're cool, we don't do a formal lunch.
Yeah, we're good.
I think we're good. Yeah, if that's okay with you guys. I would love to get home.
No. I mean, honestly, we can just head to the airport and.
Yeah.
They're syncing to a.
You got the Amex Club there.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Hopefully this is.
That was great.
It was good. I know it's kind of a lot, but I think it gives like Manny.
Why don't they get
energy,
GDP local
we can do
issue
things
cards?
with you guys.
Yep.
Well,
I don't know what's in
yeah,
those.
like,
It could be
what's in it?
Could be for
Find
the
out.
wife.
So check-
It could be
Yeah, ooh,
for
Do
it's
the
they
heavy,
know
too.
that they can
I don't know. So I was trying to figure out.
So
it looks like
because they
they've
might
been on ramp
have
for a while.
they might have
Oh,
authority
it's against
like
the-
I don't know.
to travel to the UK,
I asked
and
her
they
to put them
should
together.
have
She was like,
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of stuff in the
Well,
closet.
it
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
cool.
their
Oh,
cards-
and also,
And I think one user, I don't know if they can have.
you know, every year
both
we send out monk's bread.
USD issued card
Marketing
and
Humanity.
like I don't think you
Reality.
can have a
No,
USD.
I was looking at it. You can,
so we
I think
if
it's
they're
one
send out, like,
changing
Christmas
currencies,
kits.
then you all allow
yeah.
like
Do
a
it in
brief
the office.
transition phase.
Don't do
But
it.
for the most part, you get
Okay.
the
No,
currency
we'll-
card issued in the base currency.
Okay.
Well, it's gonna go to
And
you
you
anyway,
can-
whether you like it
you
or
need
not.
like if you go into the account
Yeah, you just send it to me.
if you know
I'll
that.
get Manny.
And if you go in settings,
You send it to
Oh,
Manny.
where it's the way it
He's in his
syncs.
office.
Yeah.
Where's the
Yeah,
direct
and they
guy?
haven't
Yeah,
synced
yeah.
the
Can you
transaction
send
price.
us
Okay.
his
But the problem is they're trying to pay a
email,
bill,
phone number?
but because they're syncing to
We
a
send
British
it to him,
pound
but he can
base
share it.
Yeah. Put it in the middle
they
of the
can't
desk.
pay a
If it
bill.
goes downstairs, it's
Their
going to go with people
bill
that are.
and their credit card transaction both have to
are
be
they
in
trying to
pounds.
match open
Yeah.
bills?
Thank you.
I can't tell
So-
if they're trying to
I know
match
that's
the
a
bill or
statement.
So
pay a
like
bill.
the
Hot
reason
heavy there
why
for a little
okay, I
bit,
think
but-
this is what we should collaborate on.
No,
You
I
need
mean,
a-
this
you
is,
need a full lesson.
No, we
this-
like face-to-face
like that's
You know, doing
absolutely.
stuff like this
Like, so
is
for example, like
one
when
critical,
we're
and it's like
pulling
some
in-
realignment,
This
especially
may
like
be
if
the
we end up
case where
having
they have
a
bill in the- do they have
event
a
here
bill
or
in
something,
Sage
we can
Intact
come
that
back
was
No, it's easier for you
created
guys to
in
know
Sage
it.
Intact, or was
Yeah.
it created
Absolutely
in
should.
Ramp?
I mean, I
Or I'll
think
just come visit you at Red Rocks, man.
Yeah, I know.
Because I know they've
You
got
know
the
they do
credit card
concerts, like,
transaction
all
for
season long.
$1,000.
When does their season end?
They
Yeah.
have like Winter Festival.
It looks like
Yeah,
the bill
I
was.
don't
Oh, really?
think it
Yeah,
does.
they
I
do
think
like
the bill
Winter
was
Fest.
created
I don't think
in
it does
Ramp.
it.
wasn't
It doesn't.
when
They really
pulled
like.
in.
Really?
They keep it going. Yep.
And then
Well,
okay,
I mean,
so
like,
yeah, so the bill was
get
created
guys
in
down.
Ramp. They were trying to
Right.
match it.
Because honestly, I don't know what else to do. I don't have a way to talk to their team.
And Kat's going on vacation tomorrow.
Oh,
She's going to
perfect.
Costa Rica.
Perfect.
I was like, look, I may be able to talk to you in an hour. 'Cause she's got another. Never mind. Okay.
Hey, thanks guys for coming to this.
No, this was good.
Yeah. No, I think the fact that literally every one of us had to be there. I'll say that, in my opinion.
What's good, because I felt a little bit unhelpful at the beginning, but at the end I was like, yay.
No, you
I
being
can
there was
contribute.
extremely helpful.
You're the key part of